Have you played GTA 5 yet, Adam?
No, I've not. I don't even have the hardware that can play GTA 5. Okay, so I purposefully took this bike because it will. Oh God, what a horrible sign! I will try and do an interesting glitch here. So before I take the next phone call, this island is basically locked off. You're not supposed to reach it yet. You're not supposed to reach the second big island either. But if I drive into this section, okay, didn't get it first try. I'm going to try again though. If I drive into this gate here and jump off at the last second, like right before I'm supposed to be knocked off, something interesting will happen. There's a tiny little chance that I will softlock the game, but it didn't happen. So suddenly we've just teleported over here, past the gate. I'm taking the phone call now, which is supposed to unlock this island while already on the island. That gives me a bit of time to, for instance, knock off the door of this car and to get in position to pick up the mission instantly. So there we go. Okay. This mission, it might seem like I'm actually using a glitch during it to speed it up a lot, but I wouldn't call it a glitch, it's just a bit of an exploit of the various game mechanics. This mission is all about chasing some thief down and figuring out where his hideout is. I already know where his hideout is because I've played this game a couple of times before. And I'm actually going to drive him to his hideout rather than chasing him, which means that I won't be shot, I won't be losing tons of health, and it's just a lot faster because I'm a better driver than he is. I think I'm going to get rain soon though, from what I remember. Weather patterns are completely fixed in these GTA games. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention earlier on is that I'm using something called infinite sprint, which obviously means that I can just sprint indefinitely. The way to get it is to tap the sprint button instead of just holding it. That's quite literally it. So technically, I don't think you're supposed to catch up to this guy. If I would bump into him over there, he would fall off the roof and start running into the wall and eventually clip out of bounds maybe. It would not really softlock the game, but I wouldn't be able to complete this mission. I would have to retry it. I would have to shoot the guy. So here's what I do. I just drag him out of his vehicle, the driver, then I block off the door. Well, there is no real door, I guess, but I block it off, then I drive off, and now he's my passenger. So instead of me chasing him and him shooting me all the time, I just drive him straight to his hideout. Unfortunately, one of the guys shot my tire, but that doesn't matter too much anyways. I've had this happen plenty of times, so I'm used to driving with really horrendous handling in this vehicle. And I somehow got 2 wanted stars. I'm not really sure how. Anyway, that's that mission done. I'm going to do another phone booth mission next. Waste the Wife, it's called. It's another pretty random mission. The car I've taken is decent for that mission. It's not great though. I will try and steal a SWAT van on the way to that mission. Hopefully it'll be unlocked. It's quite likely that it will be locked and I won't be able to take it. During the practice runs I've done here on site, it was unlocked every single time. So I'm half expecting Marathon luck to kick in now and not get it. I'll take the phone call as well right now.
Someone asked, how many times have you beaten this game?
How many times have I beaten this game? That's a good question. I have no clue. Hundreds of times, probably. Although I tend to reset before I beat the game. So maybe it's not even that much. But I've played it for a lot of hours. Okay. So I got the SWAT van, luckily enough. That's 5 times in a row that I've gotten it now, which is insane, because I normally never got it. Okay, the path my target is going to take here during this mission is random. And random traffic can also mess me up a little bit. What I'm going to try and do is ram into this car and try and flip it over, because if it flips over, it loses a lot of health and it just explodes straight away. And I'm not allowed to use any weapons on this vehicle because it has to look like some kind of accident. Okay, well that was just a poor crash into it. But I might be able to snag it now. No. I have to wait for it to try and catch up to me. so that I can build up some speed. Oh. She's being a bit of a pain in the ass now. Okay, still damaging her. She only seems... What kind of route is this? Wait, what did... She just drove behind the building. I've
this
never
game,
seen it
man.
stuck here. Yeah, I don't want it to explode here because I need to like maintain my distance and make sure that I'm far away when the her car actually explodes. Okay, now she's just juking me around. Please don't turn right. Okay, now it's caught fire, and now I need to just get away from that. And then we're fine. Okay, that's mission passed. That was kind of nasty. But my first crash into her car was just plain bad. It was a bad angle. I'll be ditching this SWAT van as quickly as possible. It's kind of useless. It's only useful for this mission because it gives you a higher chance of actually flipping over the car.
So someone asked if you prefer hot or mild mustard.
Hot, definitely. As spicy as possible. Which is difficult to find. Okay. Next up is going to be a nice example of awesome physics in GTA, where you get launched up in the air by a tiny little bump. Also, you can exit cars instantly when they flip over. Sometimes. This mission is kind of an auto-scroller, but you can speed it up. You just have to fly around a couple of buildings and shoot everybody down. And the faster I shoot them down, the faster Lance decides to fly on. For the first, 30 seconds, there isn't anything I can do to speed it up. I can just entertain myself by shooting stuff, I guess. Or looking at how some random guy jumps off this bridge for whatever reason.
So someone asked, was your favorite game to speedrun?
If this is my favorite game to speedrun?
No, just in general, what your favorite game to speedrun?
I don't know. Not that long ago, I probably would have said GTA 3, but I'm kind of burnt out on GTAs nowadays. So I'm not really sure. Probably Amnesia, actually. Amnesia the Dark Descent. Doing casual runs of that game is just so much fun. Because it's insanely broken. Okay.
What do you feel about the San Andreas community, or the runs of that?
Come again?
The San Andreas runs. Have you seen San Andreas runs?
I've seen a lot of San Andreas runs, yeah. I like watching San Andreas. I absolutely hate playing it. But it's a cool run. And it's getting more and more optimized as well, so that makes it more fun to watch. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, the aiming in this game is kind of dodgy. That makes this mission a bit of a pain as well. I believe that again, it's a bit of a mission, it's a kind of mission that people are a bit traumatized over because they played it on PS2, and PS2 aiming has to be even worse than PC aiming in this mission.
So speaking of Amnesia, is this one of the first marathons you've done in a while where you haven't played Amnesia in it?
Yeah, actually, it's the first marathon where I haven't played Amnesia, I guess. Although at Agdq I didn't plan on playing Amnesia. It's just that everybody else couldn't play. Okay, I got all 3 kills at the end there. That's very good. It speeds up the cutscene, the one that you just saw pop up for a split second, and Lance actually ditches me from his helicopter straight away. If I would have taken 2 or 3 seconds longer to kill those guys, I would have had to wait for a while before Lance would actually drop me out of his helicopter. And at the end, I just ignore the enemies because you can run straight past them. Take a little bit of damage, but that doesn't matter too much. Okay, so that's that mission done. Next up, I'm going to steal the fastest boat in the city, which is surprisingly easy. It's somewhat heavily guarded, but I just ignored all the guards. I'm going to try and take a shortcut over here, jump over this wall. Let's see if we can get it. Yep, got it. You can sometimes get that trick and then just fly straight into some traffic, and then your car flips over and you lose a lot of time from it, but I got lucky this time.
Someone wants to know what type of brand of toothpaste you use.
Right now, I think I'm using Colgate, but I switch.
It's pretty solid.
I just use whatever is around, kind of.
Apparently, can't believe I asked this. Would you like to hear a donation from #GTA?
Oh, I would love to hear it, yeah. Shout outs to everybody from the GTA RC channel, all my fellow runners.
We actually have a 569.71 donation from GTA from SRL IRC.
Nice.
Hey Adam, we thought that besides all this nickname spam, we do something good and donate towards a good cause. Also, stop building a navy. Yours,
build a navy.
#GTA. Put the money towards runner's choice. P.S. When's Toki?
When's Toki? Bonus stream. I'm gonna race shrimp. It's gonna happen. I don't know. We've got 2 for sure. I actually got a 3rd one, but that one's a bit dodgy. Mike might have another one. Oh yeah, something I'm doing here is the phone call glitch. You can actually sprint during phone calls. All you have to do is just pick up the phone call and then aim with the rifle. Switch to first-person mode, and that lets you sprint. Saves a lot of time in a couple of sections. Yeah, coming back to #GTA, shout-outs to all the other runners who've spent a lot of time into put a lot of time into optimizing this game and other GTA games as well. It's kind of crazy that last year at Agdq, GTA was just a kind of obscure game in speedrunning, and only Oasis and I ran it. And nowadays, there's like 60 runners hanging out in #GTA, which is kind
How
of
many
insane.
other runners are there for Vice City?
There's a ton of runners from Vice City, but people tend to switch around between 3 and Vice City, just like I did as well. You get bored of Vice City, well, let's just grind out some GTA 3 80% runs. Or the other way around. Special shout-outs also to Agdq and Julesy, who I believe are doing the German restream right now on twitch.tv/exe_de.
And shout-outs to some of the San Andreas crew, for instance, Josh Schmitz and lots of S. And there's a lot of names I can't remember. It's big.
Tyrion, Ultima
Tyrion.
Omega, 07, Ning Kortek. There's a bunch of runners out there. Cool guys. All of them. Best speedrunning community. Easily. Forget about Zelda and SM64.
Yeah,
Join
GTA
us.
is where it's at.
Yeah. During this autoscroller section here, I actually have to be kind of careful with what I shoot. The last boat, if I shoot the driver of the last boat too early, it's possible that Lance is an idiot, and Lance might just crash into that boat and suddenly flip this boat over, and then you just fail the mission. So yeah, I'm going to shoot this guy just to prevent him from shooting me, and then we just wait for a while. It's possible to get stuck on that bridge. He just bumps into the corner here. This is some kind of magical corner. If you look at Oasis's run from the bonus stream at last year's Agdq, he actually did an 80% run. And he bumped into that corner with Lance, and it just flipped him over, and he got stuck. It's weird.
Someone asked what's your favorite pizza topping?
Favorite pizza topping? Spinach with egg. I learned the egg part from Cool Kid.
It sounds disgusting.
It's amazing. I repositioned from despawning. It saves me around 40 seconds worth of driving to get to the next mission. So instead of snagging a car, I'm just going to take this thing and make my way to the other side. And I'm going to try and pull off a glitch here. It's not faster, it's not slower, it just looks fancier. So I'm going to try and go out of bounds here, just because I can. Let's see. I'm going to try and take a phone call first. There we go. So now we're out of bounds. And I actually kind of want to get back into bounds, so I just jump off, and that magically teleports me back in bounds. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't waste any time, so I figured I'm just going to...
Just go for the clapping. Just go for it.
There's a couple of spots where you can actually go out of bounds in this game. Most of them are completely useless. Like this one. This one doesn't actually add anything to the run other than just looking really cool.
Push away.
Okay. Oh, yes?
I was going to say, someone wants to know when you're going to do a blindfolded George Foreman's boxing run.
I'd be up for that, actually. Maybe next year's Agdq. It'll be Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out, and then George Foreman's knockout boxing as the ultimate height moment of the marathon.
Hey Adam, have you ever considered drinking spaghetti again?
No, I've done that once and never again. Two people watched, and I think they're traumatized by it.
It was me and Annie, I think.
Yeah. Your life is no longer the same.
That's accurate.
Okay, I'm supposed to steal a tank in this mission, and I remember the first time I did this mission, I just shot everybody around it and then got inside the tank, but it's actually possible to just park a car in front of it, and then you could just get inside. It's a little bit faster. The tank is, you know, bulletproof, so they can just shoot as much as they like. I shoot behind me, because that actually speeds me up. It gives me an extra little speed boost. Yes? Don't forget the plates. I will forget the plates, just for you guys. And then I'll redo the mission.
What is your favorite color?
Green. Dark green, I would say.
Any reason?
Come again?
Any reason for that?
No, absolutely no reason. I just like it. I like the way it looks.
I agree with you.
Okay. A nicer car. I want to steal this one instead. Okay, so I've deposited the tank, and it paid me $2,000. Like, I've earned 100,000 through Cone Crazy, which took me around, what, 4 or 5 minutes, and I've earned 30,000 with the rest of the game so far, which has taken, I don't know, how long have I even been playing?
Let me check on my Turbo W or multitasking.
Inputting my password while driving. Damn, that's what I get. Okay, that's fine. Unlike San Andreas, this game doesn't have a kind of flipping mechanic that lets you flip back very easily. And I remember in San Andreas it's very difficult to flip a car because you can always just flip it back. In this game it's ridiculously easy, especially with some unstable vehicles. Okay, so I'm going to ditch this car around here and switch over to another one, and I'm going to take a phone call on the way to that other one.
Someone wants to know where you're from.
I'm half Mongolian, half Zimbabwean, and I live on a remote island in Norway. Okay. Let's see. Next mission is going to be 2-hit. That's a mission I completely trivialized. You're supposed to kind of storm into this funeral of some kind of gang member and kill off a bunch of people. But instead of doing that, I'm just going to find a spot where I can shoot them from a distance and take one specific guy out with one bullet and then just drive off. So rather than having a massacre, I try to be a bit of a pacifist, in a sense. The reason why I switched over to Cheetah is because there's quite a bit of driving here. I get to go back and forth from these from one island to the other one.
Are they still about the pizza?
Adam, what's your favorite pizza? Oh wait, we already asked that, never mind. People are still asking what your favorite pizza topping is.
Spinach and egg.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
You couldn't be serious about that, right?
I mean, it's a serious question. It tells a lot about a person.
Pancakes or waffles?
What kind of waffles?
Belgium.
I would go with pancakes, actually. You can do more with pancakes than with waffles, I think.
Oh, it's a song.
Yeah. You can have savory pancakes, for instance. Can't really do that with waffles. Those just kind of have to be sweet.
Do you have your own like custom pancake recipe, or do you just like buy it out of the box or something?
I just wing it and pretend to know what I'm doing. Okay, so there's a wall over here, and if I get on top of my car, I can look behind this wall. Come on, get on top properly there. And they spotted me, so I just shoot this guy and drive off. If they hadn't spotted me and I shot the guy, I would have failed the mission. It's really dumb. This game has a lot of stuff like that, where you have to meet certain conditions before you can do some action, otherwise it just fails the mission. And then I have to get out of Little Haiti, and I just drive over to a helicopter, a police helicopter, which will make my life a lot easier in the next mission.
Someone asked what your favorite car in this game is.
Favorite car? Cheetah, easily.
You're not a fan of the Baggio?
That's not a car though. That's a moped. Police helicopters, unfortunately, don't actually have regular radios. They've got the police radio, which has about 20 lines pre-recorded, some of which are quite funny, actually. So unfortunately, we're missing out on Japanese Boy, unless the cat wants to sing it. Go full karaoke mode.
Yeah, they
want that too.
Chat kind of
But from
exploited.
you, not from us.
Yeah.
Nah, I'll refrain from doing it some other time. If you want to see karaoke percent, you should look up the ESA run, where everybody sang along to everything happening in the run. Okay, I think there's one. No, there shouldn't be any phone calls to take anymore. No, never mind. There's an Umberto Robina phone call to take, so I'm going to take that one.
Someone asked who your waifu is.
My waifu. The people from SRG seem to think that it's some weeaboo girl, I guess. I don't know who that is though, so I wouldn't say that that's my waifu. I don't really have one.
Do you have a favorite emoticon?
Favorite emoticon? Kappa's really good. It's misused a lot nowadays, but Kappa's good. The idea behind Kappa is just amazing. It's like, it's what the internet needs.
What about Pipe?
Pipe Pipe's good as well. But still, I mean, how do you express sarcasm on the internet? You throw in a Kappa and suddenly everybody knows. So I'm supposed to rescue Lance here because once again Lance is screwed up and he's been captured and he's being tortured and he's about to be killed.
Yep.
What I do
I know
is.
the chat is filled with kappas.
I can't see anything.
Do you have the Kappa meter installed?
I wish I did, because this is intense. I've never seen chat go this fast with kappas.
I have seen a lot of pipes in there too, so.
Frankesy's pretty good as well though. Frankesy's been neglected a lot lately.
Give me a
Frank
second.
is probably my favorite.
Anyways, I'm skipping a lot of combat here because I'm just killing 4 guys here at the end. And then I rescue Lance already. You have to kill those 4 guys, otherwise Lance just doesn't seem to get up. And now I'm going to fly out of there with the helicopter.
That's what I'm waiting for.
What's supposed to happen in this mission is that you go in through the front, and that you like shoot at 24 guys who are guarding this place, and then drive out of here again with Lance using this car. But you get chased by 3 other cars that try to ram into you, and they try to kill you off. But if you just fly away, I mean, cars can't really reach you once you're in the sky.
Someone asked if you would explain the frame limiter in this game.
Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier, that I have to play at 30 FPS. So this game has a frame limiter, and if you play this on an old PC, like a really old PC, you might be able to play without the frame limiter turned on and then run it at 60 FPS or something. But as soon as you cross like around the 40 FPS mark, the physics get changed in this game. Like everything starts acting a bit differently. For instance, if I would turn off the frame limiter, then the helicopters start taking off instantly. Like there's no waiting time for it. And what else is there? Boats become unusable, so certain missions are literally impossible to complete. You can't drive in reverse in cars, because I don't know why. Whoop, that's messy. Didn't mean to bump into those 2. What else is there? The game crashes a lot. If you run into a car, it starts flipping over. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's just really messed up when you turn off the frame limiter. And it's also hardware specific. It's hardware dependent. So, you know, in the speedrunning community, we've decided that we should just keep it on and all play at 30 FPS because that's fair. That keeps it balanced for everybody. I'm going to ditch this helicopter here and take another phone call. And then we're going to kill off Diaz. And that concludes the, well, I should say linear part of the speedrun, because afterwards you can do everything in pretty much any order you would like. Although in the speedrun there's of course an optimal order. Okay.
Is it in this one or the GTA 3 you actually turn the frame limiter off to like survive a fall?
That's in neither one of these games.
Oh.
No, fall damage is negligible. If you jump off the highest skyscraper in this city, which is actually really friggin' tall, you only take about 17 damage. Like, it doesn't matter too much.
It's pretty amazing.
Okay, Lance seems to be alive. I'm ignoring as many enemies as possible here. This third guy here on the stairs, he might shoot me a lot. He actually shot me not a single time. That's crazy. I do shoot these last two guys, because there's a cutscene here and I don't want them to shoot me during the cutscene or something, or kill Lance during the cutscene. I'm just going to ignore all the other enemies and kill off this guy. There we go. So that concludes the linear part. And now we're going to start buying assets, and we're going to start completing asset missions and such, until we've done all of them. Okay. So, first of all, I still actually have to do shakedown, which involves me going to a shopping center and shooting a bunch of windows. This mission has a couple of weird things that I haven't been able to figure out. I'll explain that in just a second. Once again, rain physics are kicking in, which means that driving is a bit more difficult. I have to be more careful around turns. I have to usually take them a bit more slowly. Using the handbrake is also more risky, because you can kind of slide out of control. In general, if you want to take a sharp turn, you just want to use the handbrake in this game. But there are exceptions.
Just a reminder, this is AGDQ 2014, and we're raising funds for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Would it be possible to get a roll call, please?
Sure thing. I'm Adam AK. I speedrun a lot of games, mainly GTA, I guess. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff as well. And I'm joined today by...
I'm Rudix. I speedrun a lot of games as well.
I'm Kultavi. I speedrun shitty games, and I like to take photos of photos of photos of photos.
I'm Fraud. I don't speedrun anything really.
I'm Zach SK. I primarily stream Magic the Gathering.
I'm off camera.
Well, hop in then.
Hi, off camera.
And he likes Heavy Nova.
You've got good taste in video games. That's actually the roll call, isn't it? Okay. The health for these windows is quite random. Sometimes they take, you know, like 30 shots each. Sometimes they get broken instantly. I'm actually getting pretty lucky with the windows, except for that one. Ah. Okay, whatever. Oh, that's a lot of cops. All right. That was good. Decent time. Oh yeah, shout outs to everybody from the Rift. Zaspat, Akion, Arcarian, Trek, who is here but not here, and a whole bunch of other people.
Shoutouts to Flicky for sleeping through this.
Oh yeah, shout outs to Robosparkle for being my wingman during this run, but then getting drunk and not being here. Okay, now that I've completed Shakedown, there's a whole bunch of phone calls that I have to gut through. And I don't want to waste my time and just stand around while taking the phone call, so I just run into my car to push it forward while taking the phone call. And then I try to catch up to it again and get inside of it. There we go. Then I drive for about 3 seconds and then buy an asset. So the film studios are going to be the first. This is going to be the first asset that I can actually complete. As you can see, it costs 60,000, so that's like a third of my money gone already. I've got 120,000 left now. I'm going to take another phone call, do the phone call glitch again, and push my car forward a bit further.
You have any time for some donations?
But there's absolutely none whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
This is 100% serious time all the time.
We have a $150 donation from Ashif. Hey all you guys, first time watching AGDQ and I'm loving it. Think what you guys are doing is awesome. Lost a very loving grandmother to brain cancer and my mom has beaten skin cancer in the past. Keep up the great work.
Someone asked if you like cats or dogs.
I don't like cats, I do like dogs.
Mm.
This is going to be an interesting section here. So I've just opened up these film studios. It's actually just a porn film studios. And Tommy starts looking around for actresses like her. obviously not a regular actress. But her manager's not too happy with it, so I'm just supposed to kill him.
Oh.
He's got some bodyguards with him, though, and they're going to try and beat me up. But as soon as I kill the guy, as soon as I kill the manager, like this, and go back to Candy, they just ignore me. They stop caring. It's like their manager's gone anyway, whatever.
Someone would like to know when you're going to start singing.
Sorry, come again?
Someone would like to know when you're going to start singing.
I'm going to start singing after this run is over. Once I'm off stream, off camera, and off everything.
More specifically, they wanted to know when you were going to do karaoke. So,
when they're going to do karaoke. I don't know. We'll see.
You've been doing all the singing in Rock Band, right?
Sorry?
You've been doing all the singing in Rock Band?
Totally. Also
even...
while not playing it. Pathfinding for the AI is messed up in this game, but I've discovered that if you just sprint out of that building, they magically manage to follow you. If you try and actually guide them out of the building, they get stuck everywhere. It's ridiculous.
Here's another question, Adam. When is Marvel?
When is Marvel? All the time. A better question would be, when is it not?
During Melee?
We have a $100 donation from Anonymous. Hey guys, I still got some money left. Here it is. More seriously, this is my last donation. I wanted to give as much money as I could because I feel concerned about fighting cancer. My grandmother died from it in 2012. But that will be all for me. Thanks again for your good work.
Thank you. Could I get a quick time check, by the way? 101.20. All right. So it could still be a sub 3 hour run if all goes well. The record for this run is 2:56.27. That can be done a bit faster still. There's still some stuff left to optimize. But it's very difficult to come up with an actual sensible, good route for this game. Because as I explained already, the cache is a bit of an issue. So you have to make sure that it all kind of fits together, that you don't run out of money at some point. And the missions themselves have to logically connect to each other, that you've got the required weapons. You have to take the appropriate phone calls. It's a mess, this game. Okay. Let's see. In this mission, I'm just supposed to distribute flyers, just ditching them out of the airplane. It's very simple. There's only a couple of tricky spots, maybe if you do this the first time, but after a while it gets really simple.
Seems a lot easier to fly than a dodo plane.
They fixed the dodo physics in this game compared to GTA 3. GTA 3, there are airplanes as well. You can fly them, but only if you practice it quite a bit, because the controls are kind of ridiculous. What I have to be careful of here is that I don't bump into the ground. Depth perception is a little bit messed up with these while flying usually, because it's kind of tricky to see how far off the ground you are. It often seems like you're really far off the ground, but then it turns out that you're not, then you just crash into a building or something. Also, I'm speeding up constantly, so I'm going faster and faster throughout this until I pull up or do a really sharp turn or something, like right here.
So someone asked when Chaos Percent is, and I just want to know one of my favorite streams of Adam's was actually when he did the winter mod. For,
the winter mod race was really funny.
Oh my god, that was so much fun.
It was pretty fantastic. It was probably some of the best physics I've ever seen.
Yeah. So for those wondering, in the GTA community, we're not. I mean, we do very serious runs, but we often also like to mess around with these games, and we play these modded versions of them. So in Vice City, there's something known as Chaos Percent, and Chaos Percent means that there's these permanent, strange effects that affect gameplay, and there's random effects. Every 30 seconds, you get some kind of random effect. An example would be that the maximum health of your character is linked to the number of packages you've collected. And that you start off with 2 maximum health instead of 100, and that you need to collect packages to actually survive anything. You know, because otherwise just jumping down some stairs would already kill you off. Or that your tires get inflated randomly, or deflated randomly and inflated randomly, that you get 6 random wanted stars, those kind of things. Double gravity, the frame limiter suddenly is turned off. You know, it's all this really messed up stuff. Yeah, that's happened to me before. I've also had a situation where I was doing a mission where you're supposed to get rid of all your wanted stars. I just got rid of them. Or I was about to get rid of them, just hit a cop drive, and then I got 6 wanted stars. And I just used up all the cop drives, and it's like, what do you even do? You know, there's the army following you. I picked up a package randomly there because I've got a bit of time to waste. I have to sit through this phone call. Normally I would have lost some health here, along with some armor, but I'm already at full health, so I could skip picking up the health. Just went for the armor. Yeah, go ahead.
Someone asked what got you into speedrunning.
What got me into speedrunning? I don't know. It just kind of happened randomly, I guess. I first started running Metroid Zero Mission because there was a time attack mode, and I found a couple of interesting tricks in there. You know, a couple of sequence breaks that you could do Ridley before Kraid and those kind of things. I also really like doing Super Smash Bros. Break the Targets, just because it seemed like a good way to just get better at the game. And at the same time, I guess it was a bit of a speed run. What inspired me to sign up at SDA is the Diablo 2 100% on SDA, because I just found it really fun to watch, and I figured, you know, I should try something like that as well. Yeah, exactly. It's just so much fun to watch. The commentary is great. It's 4.5 hours long, and I thought, you know, Diablo 2 is fun, but watching it for 4.5 hours might be a bit too much. I ended up watching the whole thing in one go. It was great.
We have a $50 donation from Ashley Muncaster. Been following the stream as much as possible over the week. Been blown away by all the runners so far, and now ready to watch Adam AK blitz through Vice City. Big props to all involved, including the runners, admin, fellow donators, etc. P.S. Adam, the plates.
That's Sheffy.
So someone asked what you think the hardest GTA mission is in all the games you've played.
In all the games I've played, I don't know. It would probably be something from GTA 2, because that game is very difficult. Actually, it would probably be something from GTA 1, but I don't remember any missions from that game. It's been ages since I've played it. GTA 3 it doesn't have anything very difficult, to be honest. But maybe that's just because I've played the game so much that everything's become a bit of not a joke, but it's become very easy. Vice City also doesn't have anything super difficult. San Andreas is easy. I haven't played 4 or 5. Well, I've played 4 a little bit, but not enough to comment on it. Yeah, it would have to be something from GTA 2. I don't know what, though. In this section, it's very important that I do not exit the helicopter. If I would exit the helicopter, it would just get glued to the ground. I have no clue why. But if I just stay inside of it until this cutscene ends, somehow I can still reuse it after the cutscene has ended, after I've taken the pictures. Also, not doing this mission the intended way at all. You're supposed to go inside of a building, run all the way to the top floor and take 3 pictures from there, and then you get chased by the FBI, like you get 5 wanted stars. What I do instead is just stand around here, take 3 pictures from a massive distance as well, so you can't even see anything, and then just fly off. Because somehow this counts. I don't know how. And on my way back to the film studios, I have to take a bit of a detour. Or, well, not really a detour, but I have to fly in a bit of a... I have to take a wide turn, let's put it that way. Because with 5 wanted stars, they've got some pretty strong weapons. They can shoot my helicopter out of the sky. They can blow me up really quickly. So I just fly around here, and if all goes well, they'll hardly shoot me. Because they just can't seem to hit me from there. So there we go. That's that mission done.
So someone asked when your next 24-hour stream is going to be?
Probably on the 17th, because there's going to be a Warcraft 3 plus the Frozen Throne, not entirely blind, but mostly blind race on hard mode. So it's going to take a while. Everybody's welcome to join in on that one, by the way. We're just doing it for shits and giggles.
What was your final time in the Galaxy race? I know that took you almost a day.
Super Mario Galaxy 1 took me 24 hours, I think, roughly 23 and a half or something. And Galaxy 2 took me about the same. It was both just barely sub 24 hours. But my longest race is still Medal of Honor Frontline on hard mode plus Zelda Twilight Princess, which is a weird combination, but that's just the games we
Wasn't that just like you and Zasbat?
Yeah, and Zasbat forfeited after 17 hours because he got stuck on one level for 7 hours. And I finished it after 31 hours and something, and like half an hour as well.
Speaking of Super Mario Galaxy 2, we actually have a donation incentive for the upcoming run. It's for Star 242, the perfect run. The goal is $15,000, and we currently are at 6,603, so we still have a ways to go for that.
That's a very cool starting to see.
It's totally worth watching.
Yeah, it's a tough level. It's a very, very cool level. Like, even if you don't know Super Mario Galaxy, you will be able to appreciate that level. Okay, as you might have noticed, I'm not actually using the bike anymore. I'm switching over to a helicopter. So rather than jumping from building to building and doing all these unique jumps, which you would do in a 100% run, I simply don't bother, and I just fly from one target to the other. This helicopter also comes in handy for the mission right afterwards, because this is the last mission for the film studios. After this, I've completed the first asset, and I'll be doing Malibu next, or the first mission for Malibu. And it takes a while to get to that place. So yeah, this makes it a whole lot faster and a whole lot easier as well, actually, because there's no risk of falling off the roof or something. Whereas with a bike, it's actually kind of tricky because you have to figure out just how fast you can go when trying to jump across a gap.
Some people keep asking about your creepy neighbor.
My creepy neighbor?
Yeah.
What?
I have no idea, but a bunch of people keep asking about it.
Well, I do have a creepy neighbor in real life. I'm not sure if they're referring to my real-life creepy neighbor or if they're referring to donation reader or real.
Streamer, please talk about your creepy neighbor.
Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to shit-talk somebody in real life like that.
Someone would like to know if you would commentate in another language for a little while.
I get asked that question a lot. I would kind of like to do it, but at the same time, it would be a bad idea because it alienates, 90% of the audience. So if I would suddenly switch to like Polish or Dutch or something, then
well, a compromise would be
get it.
a couple of things you could say about the game.
Maybe later.
You were asking what mission you prefer in the game.
Sorry?
You were asking what mission you prefer in that game.
In this game?
Yep.
I actually really like Sir, Yes Sir, which is the one where you steal the tank, because it kind of reminds me of GTA 2. It feels like a mission that you would have in GTA 2. And it's kind of fast. I guess it's a bit easy. That's the only downside. But it's fun, it's fast. It's cool, I think. That's one of my favorite missions, even though it might seem like a very short and easy one.
You'll find this funny. We keep getting a lot of troll questions about why you blow up Ryder at the beginning of the game.
Why do I blow up Ryder's car? I blow up Ryder's car to skip a cutscene later on, right before I rob the pizza place. It saves 40 seconds, so that's why I do it.
Several people have mentioned the Diablo 2 thing as well as the Warcraft 3 race. Might be a good time to plug.
Yeah.
SDA and SRL.
Yeah. So there's a lot of really friggin' awesome SDA runs out there, and people might often think that everything is completely finalized, but hey, there's still so much work to be done in speedrunning. So everybody's watching. You should try and pick up the game. Like just figure out what your favorite game is and try and run it and join the community, because the community is awesome.
And for those interested, Speed Demo's Archive is the resource for getting into speedrunning, with over 900 games with video speedruns, as well as forums and community with all sorts of knowledge and insight into speedrunning games. And Speedruns Live is a great community to get on of all skill levels, to watch people race or race yourself, all kinds of games, including those like Warcraft 3 or Diablo or whatever your favorite game is.
Is there a knowledge base for this game, Adam? Like, let's say someone wanted to learn how to play this or 3.
For Vice City, there is a text document out there that describes most of the missions and such. For GTA 3, there's a full text document that explains everything. I was actually working on a video tutorial for GTA 3 as well, just to teach all the really tiny details that people often miss. But that keeps getting obsoleted, so now I need to get a run where I actually use all the latest strategies, and then I'll make that video. Well, for this game, I would just say play through it a couple of times and try to copy what you see on stream, for instance, because a lot of runners stream their runs. Most of it is probably fairly straightforward to copy, but if you have any questions, we always hang out in the ISC, and we're always really happy to help newcomers as well. Just check out your streams and see how you're doing and provide tips and such.
The IRC is referring to as hashtag GTA.
Yep, there's a hashtag GTA on SRL. If you're interested in learning about GTA speedrunning, just join that one. There's a whole bunch of us out there, and we're always ready to help. This guy's being an idiot, by the way. Okay, there we go. He tends to get stuck behind random corners and such, which is a bit dangerous because I get shot all the time. And if he doesn't get unstuck quickly enough... Wow.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
The game, it's too strong.
That was a hell of a crash there. There's always an FBI car there, but he normally doesn't crash into me. It's fine though. I lost 3 armor from that. The main issue is, I guess, the time loss.
Which game has the most super cops?
The most super cops... I don't know, that depends on your skill level, really. Because you can avoid most bad cops. I'm getting a lot of bad police here, by the way. I'm hoping not to get it... Okay, I got 2 spike mats. So I'm going to lose my wanted stars now, but I have to be careful with how I drive out of this paint spray, because if I take an awkward turn here, then I will actually still hit the spike mats. There's another one. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, because he just dropped it on the pavement, but...
We have an anonymous $20 donation. Absolutely love Vice City. I'm wondering if you'll be showing off the sniper rifle moon shooting or Hotel Light Easter egg.
The Hotel Lakeview trick. Oh my goodness. I don't know a lot of these tricks. I only know the cool speedrunning strats. There's one more thing I can show off later on, perhaps, if I have a good opportunity for it. You can think of one moment for it, actually, where it wouldn't even waste any time. Okay, so that's the first mission for Malibu completed. I find one of the hardest, actually, because it's easy to die on this one, and it's easy to lose Cam Jones on it as well. He can get stuck easily. I'm going to take a couple of phone calls again now, while running to the next mission. Once again, I'm using the phone call glitch, which lets me sprint during phone calls. That lets me pick up phone calls earlier, so I can jump off my bike earlier and I can cover more distance while waiting for it to end.
Someone asked what your best time in this category is.
My best time is 2 hours, 56 minutes and 27 seconds.
And what's the world record?
That would be 2 hours, 56 minutes and 27 seconds. This is a category that hasn't seen that much competition. Compared to any percent, it hasn't seen a lot of competition at all. A couple of months ago, Fatska and I, Fatska's another Vice City runner, a very good one, by the way. He held the world record for a long time. He's a fantastic runner. Actually, he might even be doing commentary on the German restream right now, so shout outs to him. he did quite a few runs of this as well, I believe. But other than that, it's mainly just kind of been me coming up with a route and trying to get better and better times. I still have a couple of ideas in mind, a couple of route changes. I just didn't really want to implement them right before the marathon, because I just wanted to memorize the current route and make sure that that I can like do this one properly rather than shake things around. But I believe that there's still a couple of minutes that can come off this run. With the current route, the 2:56 time is pretty optimal. There's not a lot of time that can come off there. But yeah, if you change a couple of things, it could be a little bit better, I think. I positioned my car in that specific spot, and if all goes well, I get stuck behind it. Didn't happen, unfortunately. The reason why I want to get stuck behind it is because it reduces the walking distance back to the car during the cutscene. And I would just kill off these two guys with a drive-by, and then we're done with this mission. There we go. Next mission I'm going to do is one called Autoside, where I have to drive around town and find specific targets to assassinate. By completing that previous mission, Bar Brawl, I actually triggered the longest phone call in the game, and I want to avoid taking that one here. There's going to be a better spot for it later on. Actually, I'm just going to run over. There's a PCJ parked over here, and I'll be using this PCJ for the mission anyways. I just pick up a sniper rifle, and then we can drive off.
Some people are asking how you're able to move so fast. I assume like while running.
Yeah, that's kind of weird actually. I often get this question. People often think that this game has been modded somehow, or that it's not the vanilla version. But I don't know. For some reason, Tommy's running speed is just ridiculous in Vice City. And coupled with infinite sprint, I can just move really quickly. Like sometimes it's faster just to run than to take a car, which is kind of crazy.
And what exactly is the infinite sprint?
Infinite sprint is if, well, it basically lets you extend the time during which you can sprint to infinity. Rather than holding the sprinting button, you just tap it, and that's literally it. If you tap in the correct rhythm, you never run out of stamina. You can just keep on sprinting. And that's a massive time saver. That works exactly the same way in GTA 3 as well. A lot of the mechanics are very similar because it's the same engine. It's just that this game has a few extra bells and whistles. The gun I used to blow up that car, I have a very limited amount of ammo for it. So I try to use as little as possible. It's the strongest gun in the game pretty much, other than the minigun, but I'll never be getting that one. I could get it, but it's just too awkward to get it. Minigun is for a backup strat later on. Oh, nasty bump over here. You have to slow down pretty early before reaching this bridge, otherwise you will just do a wheelie and potentially fall into the water. Had that happen a couple of times. I've never shot this guy, or I've never killed him on my first shot. I don't know why. Okay, and for the last guy, the last target in this mission, he drives around randomly. Hopefully he'll give me a good pattern. I had a really bad pattern earlier on with the roadkill mission. Let's see what he's doing. I'm hoping he'll turn right, but it could be anything. Well, that's interesting. He knocked me off my bike by driving into my bike. That's a shame. I'll have to chase him now. And he's giving me a bad route as well. But that's okay. I can catch up to him. Oh. Okay. Nearly got knocked off again.
Someone asked what color hair you prefer on women.
Any color will do. What is this guy doing? He's just not falling off. Or not dying.
What is your favorite Pokemon?
There we go, finally. That took way longer than it should have. It's put me in a bad spot as well, because I'm far away from Cortez. Ideally, he would have driven straight towards Cortez, or like past the area where I could pick up his missions, and overshot that. And I would have been able to like reach Cortez within just a couple of seconds.
For everyone enjoying the run, up next we will have Super Mario Galaxy 2, which does have a 242 star donation incentive. For those who really want to see that, keep your donations coming in. Our current donation total is just over $668,000.
Oh my god, that's insane. This mission is a bit of an auto-scroller mission. There's a couple of unskippable cutscenes that I have to sit through, so if you're desperate for reading out donations and such, then please feel free to do so.
We do have a $50 donation from Luke M. Been watching the whole stream. I just had to donate for Vice City. My dad had a scare with Hopkins lymphomia a while ago. Thanks so much to all the players and organizers for doing amazing work.
Okay, so regardless of how quickly I kill all these guys, it just takes a fixed amount of time to reach the next phase of the mission. In this one, there's a whole bunch of boats that I have with like enemies on them. I know exactly where they are. I know exactly how to shoot them. So as a result of that, I'll actually have to wait around for a couple of seconds before the helicopters show up.
Yeah, since Zach asked, people are insisting, what's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon, Blastoise.
All right.
For sure. Okay. It's actually important that you take out the boats that are heading towards you, because otherwise they will spawn. Oh, that's the wrong gun. Otherwise they will spawn enemies on top of this boat that I'm already standing on, and that would be a bad thing, because that just makes it take a bit longer. You have to destroy at least one boat here in order to like clear the blockade and to let this boat progress. And now I just have to wait around for a moment for the helicopters to show up. There's going to be two of them over here. I can just shoot out the pilot rather than waiting for the helicopter to reach me and shoot all the guys. And after that, we're going to get an army helicopter as well.
Oh my God, they've got a helicopter.
So here's the first one coming in. And there goes the pilot. It'll just crash down in a moment.
Favorite TV shows?
Favorite TV shows? There's a bunch I've enjoyed. I quite like well, let's see, what do I like? I like The Walking Dead. First season was great. Kind of stopped watching it afterwards. Star Trek is great. What else is there? There's a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, still got the pilot. He's just going to drop down here, and he always floats in midair until he drops down. It's happened to me before that the helicopter actually crashed on the boat, but didn't explode. It was just kind of hanging around there. Okay, so that's the end of this mission. I can finally skip the next cutscene and then move onward.
So someone asked when you're going to speedrun Fable 3 again. I actually forgot that you speedran that game.
Yeah, Fable 3, which is... it's a fun game, I think. It's just extremely cutscene heavy.
Don't you have a bet with Aftermath about Fable 3 in some fashion?
Yeah, I might actually get back to that project just because of Aftermath. So we made a deal a long time ago that if I would submit a speedrun of Fable 3 to SDA, then Aftermath would do a segmented console speedrun of Darksiders, which, if you're unfamiliar with that game, that would be... it would be hell. I would be putting Aftermath through hell.
We should just continue our truce.
But yeah, Fable 3 is it's a very easy speedrun. It's one of the easiest games you could possibly speedrun. It's got a clever route, I guess. But I don't think I'll be like returning to it very actively. I certainly won't be streaming it much. I've done that in the past, and it's just not quite interesting enough. I'm running a lot here, by the way, on my way to Malibu to do the second mission for that, simply because I have to take a lot of phone calls. The phone call I've just triggered is the longest phone call in the game, and Like, instead of waiting around until it ends, I just take it while moving from the mission ending to the mission start. And there will be one more flame color take after this, and then we should be good to go.
So this was actually answered earlier, but some people keep asking what's the best way to earn money in this game?
The best way to earn money in this game is Cone Crazy. There's nothing that comes even close to it. Cone Crazy is the mini game where you drive in between the cones and you pick up these blue spheres. And every time you beat your personal best there, you double the amount of money you earn from it. So it starts with $200, $400, $800, etc., etc. Keeps on going.
How much does the mission, the heist, get you?
Come again?
Doesn't the mission, the heist, get you a lot?
It gives you 50,000, but that's just a one-time thing, and that's late in the game.
Okay, it's just.
And you also have to buy the Malibu Club first before you can even do that one. So I'm not sprinting properly for some reason. I'm just going to take this phone call and then.
Do we have time for a couple donations?
Sure, I guess.
All right. We have a $500 donation from Rory Harvey. Thanks for the awesome week of entertainment. Love what you guys are doing. And we also have a $50 donation from Y2K. Donation in memory to both of my grandmothers lost to cancer. A big thank you to the staff for the amazing work they do, and to Agdq for all the runs he's done that I've watched over the year.
So this helicopter is one that I dropped off as I bought Malibu. That was about 20 minutes ago, I think. And the reason why it's still here is because I hardly used any other vehicles. This game can just store a limited amount of vehicles that you've used. And I think the maximum number is 3. That also explains why when I was doing No Escape, I didn't actually steal any cars. I was just running towards the vehicle that I actually wanted to have in the end. And why I've also not been switching vehicles much. I've been sticking to one vehicle as much as possible.
Some people keep asking how old you are.
I am 23 years old. Nearly 24, though. Okay, I'm going to park this helicopter in a very specific spot around here. And if all goes well, in the next mission, somebody will crash into this helicopter. I was looking around for a moment there to see if I could find a good car. Because, again, the next mission requires both a good car or a bike and and the helicopter to be in position. Malibu, I'm doing a mission for Malibu right now, which is the club asset. And all these missions are kind of a preparation for a big bank robbery. So I had to find somebody who could crack the safe open. I had to find somebody who can, or I'm currently looking for somebody who's good with guns. Basically, I'm going to have to find somebody who can drive us as well. And then we're going to do the actual bank robbery. And to convince the guy who's good at handling guns that he should join the bank robbery, I have to prove to him that I'm good at handling guns as well. It's a bit weird, actually. I have to prove in every single mission that I'm essentially better than the guys I'm trying to hire. I'm only shooting the back targets because the very back one gives me 3 points, and that other one gives me 2 points, and the front one gives me 1. So it's not really worth the time to shoot the front one, unless it's the very end. I'm going to get 31 points in the next round, and then completely skip the very last round. The first 2 rounds are easily the fastest. Oh.
What's cool is that they use pictures from GTA 3 for this.
Yep. So I'm shooting old characters, I guess.
Hi, I'm Misty.
For those currently enjoying this run, it will be followed up with Super Mario Galaxy 2. And current donation and setup for Runner's Choice in this is for the 242 perfect run, which Adam would really like to see. We still have just under $9,000 to go to achieve it. So keep your donations coming in, and we'll be able to meet that and be able to enjoy the great run.
People are asking, you said you're getting tired of GTA runs. Are you planning on running something else?
Well, I already run a whole bunch of other things, just not on stream. Age of Empires 1, probably. Might pick up Warcraft 3 as well, if the race actually ends up being fun. Maybe I'll get back into Age of Empires 2 a bit, because it was cool to see that somebody else actually ran the game as well, especially during the marathon.
You go back to Sonic at all?
Yeah, I'm planning to go back to Sonic as well. I'm planning to do more Sonics. I need a car right now. There's nothing good on the road. That's pretty unlucky. I don't want to have the cop car, because it's pretty likely that I would get busted as I try to steal it. There is nothing good around. Okay, that's good enough. There we go. I'll have to run for it, unfortunately. But this kind of bike is fine.
A quick shout out to our language restreams. We have French restream, which is Twitch TV /MrMV, and we also have a German restream going on at twitch.tv/exe_DE.
My bike just despawned. Apparently, I parked it in a bad spot. So I'm going to try and spawn myself another vehicle. You can despawn cars and bikes by just flipping the camera like that. And there's a Sanchez in the back there, but I can't get that one. This is pretty bad luck. Again, a police car, which I don't want to steal because of the risk of getting busted. And other okay, there we go. Sanchez again. It'll have to do. It's not the best vehicle, but it's good enough. The reason why I want to have the Sanchez is because if the helicopter strat doesn't work, then at least I've got a backup strat. I can still chase him. And with other vehicles, it would just be too slow. The guy would just get away from me. Because he's trying to scam me, basically. You were saying?
Somebody keeps asking where the green face comes from. I believe that's your sub chat.
There's a cool story behind this, actually.
That's an interesting story, I guess. Yeah.
Isn't that's your sub icon, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my sub icon. It's a bit of a random story, actually. It originates from a conversation we ended up having in Burton's stream, Psyduck98, who did Sonic R and the Fire Emblem run. The discussion was about cosplay, and I remember that Zaspat, another speedrunner, he was looking around for random costumes, and he found this turtle suit, and the turtle suit looked absolutely ridiculous.
So the character is supposed to be Franklin the Turtle. So if you Google Franklin the Turtle, it does not look anything like what this thing looks like.
Yeah, exactly. It's just such a ridiculous costume.
It takes Franklin the Turtle dial and then turns the creepiness on it like ridiculous.
Yeah. So we saw this.
I don't have the entire costume.
So Zaspat showed me this costume, and we were like, that looks insanely bad. And I jokingly said, should I just make that a sub-icon? Because I didn't have anything at the time yet. And he was like, yeah, sure, why not? And that's pretty much it, actually. That's how it became a sub-icon. And then...
so why did you choose Tender Love as the...
Because it looks a bit like a rape face, in all honesty.
Speaking of which, we have a $20 donation from Lackavisa. So glad to donate to a good cause. Loving Agdq and love seeing Adam on cam in a non-Amnesia stream. Adam, tender love.
It's like a flicky segue at TSSB. Right now what I'm doing is the side missions for Love Fist. And there's another side mission change that's triggered by this as well, for Mitch Baker, a biker gang. This mission is a joke. What you're supposed to do in this mission is chase around this guy and blow up his car, or like take him out at least. And normally he's supposed to drive off, because he's got a faster car than I do. But I get out during the cutscene. You probably didn't see it, but exactly as I hit the marker, I just got out of my car. And I've selected the overpowered helicopter gun before I got inside the car. So basically, all I have to do is just turn around, shoot him, and we're good. Like, this is it. That's the mission. And there is actually one thing that can go wrong during that mission, that's that you get a double explosion. Sometimes cars just explode twice instead of once, and that could give me a second wanted star after the mission, and then I wouldn't be able to take this phone call. which would delay me quite a bit. I'm full on armor. Why am I even grabbing that one? Oh well, I'm taking a focal anyway, so there's no time lost there. Next up is a race. I have to prove myself to this biker gang that I'm worthy of, like, even talking to them. And apparently the way to do that is to complete a couple of missions. So I have to race these other guys, and I have to blow up a whole bunch of vehicles, and then I have to retrieve a stolen bike for the gang leader. What I did here was just steal a bike from one of the racers, so that eliminates one opponent, and I get the best vehicle in the game pretty much. Because what I'm driving right now is a special vehicle that only shows up during this mission. It can take very sharp turns, it goes very, very fast. It makes this mission a complete joke if you get this bike. You're supposed to do it with, you know, either a PCJ or well, maybe a freeway, which is another bike, but that one just slides around like crazy. I'll be driving a freeway later on, you can compare what it's like. But this one is just, you know, 90-degree turn, doesn't matter, it's fine, you can get through it. In the meantime, these guys are completely incompetent and they're probably falling off their bikes. One of them actually managed to get a new bike as well from the looks of it. So that's kind of interesting.
We have an anonymous $50 donation. My grandmother beat cancer once and has it unfortunately just come back, but luckily they caught it early, so we're hopeful that we will beat it again. Thanks for making this week one of constant entertainment. Love from Sweden.
Okay, so that's the race essentially done. It's a bit slower than it should have been. 1:15 is actually not that good of a time, but well. So this is Messing with the Man, which is a mission where I just shoot cars. I have to cause as much chaos as possible, and you do that by shooting cars. I've got a good SMG for it, though. So that shoots really quickly. So yeah, cops are going to show up sometime soon. I'm surprised they're not here yet. And I can shoot the cops as well and get someone to start, or get some, you know, fill up the chaos meter using their vehicles as well.
Do the wanted mechanics work differently in this than 3?
Yes, they work a little bit differently. For instance, if you kill a cop, you get 2 wanted stars almost every time. And in GTA 3, you usually get 1 wanted star. It stays on you for quite a while, but it's somehow easier to get rid of cops in GTA 3. Okay, so I've got 2 wanted stars now. I still need to be careful. That's the only mission that doesn't clear wanted stars. Damn it, I've forgotten the 3rd one as well. I'll be losing them very soon during this mission, which is why I'm actually doing this mission right afterwards. The only unit I have to be careful of is just the street cop, like that guy. He dropped a spike mat right in front of the ramp here. If that had actually hit me, that would have been disastrous. Okay, I'm going to jump up because I didn't actually fly far enough. And I'm going to steal this bike back, which this enemy gang has stolen for some reason. There's an infinite wave of enemies here, so there's no point in shooting them, really, other than that first guy, just to make sure that he doesn't knock me off my bike. They usually aim for the tires. If I would get a flat tire during this mission, I would just fail it and retake it, because driving all the way back to, you know, Mitch Baker's place using a freeway with a flat tire, as you can see, it slides around like crazy. It can't take turns properly. It's a nightmare. It takes way longer than just redoing the mission, but got away with it. It was a bit of a close call, actually, because they were shooting my tires quite a bit.
So someone asked, what's your favorite scary game that's like actually scary?
Amnesia. That's the only game that's ever been scary.
What do you feel about, or what is your opinion on a machine for pigs?
It's a good game as long as you don't expect it to be like Amnesia 1. It's got a completely different purpose, basically. I expected it to be like Amnesia 1, so it was a little bit disappointing maybe when I first played it. But still, in retrospect, it's a pretty good game. It tells an interesting story. Okay, so now I've completed the missions for Mitch Baker. There's still some Love Fist missions left. I'll be doing those later on, once I go back to that place. Instead, I'm going to start Cabman Cabs now. And this asset has 3 missions. They're all pretty short.
For those just joining us, we are Awesome Games Done Quick, put on by Speed Demos Archives and Speedruns Live, raising money for Prevent Cancer Foundation. And for those looking to donate, we do have donation incentives left still, including the 242-star perfect run for Super Mario Galaxy 2. Yoshi's Fan is ready to beat the game and beat this level if you donate enough money for it. Our goal is 15,000, and we're still about just 200 shy of reaching 7,000 mark, so we still have a ways to go for that one.
How much is it off? How much do we need for SMG2?
We still need about 82,000, 8,200, excuse me.
Okay, fair enough. That's a very cool star. That's definitely worth seeing.
Plus, Yoshi Fan is really, really good at the game.
Yeah, he's a beast at Super Mario Galaxy. I nearly flipped my taxi here, by the way, which would have probably forced me to redo this mission. I mean, it would have wasted not that much time, but still. Got kind of lucky and my taxi flipped back. So I'm supposed to escort this VIP to the airport, but some other jerk decided to try and steal my fare. Going to try and blow him up in return. There we go. And then take the VIP to the airport. Because apparently when you shoot a taxi, the passenger, rather than running away in terror, decided to enter my taxi instead, which is perfectly logical. It's crazy taxi, yeah. People want the craziest taxi.
Someone asked if you've ever played the Silent Hill series.
No, I haven't played it. I've seen some footage of it, and to me it was kind of difficult to imagine how it would be scary. Okay, so that's the first taxi mission done. Next up I'm going to do another phone booth mission. That's the second last one, actually. And for that mission I have to ditch my weapons here at the gates. But I'm going to get a sniper rifle in return, right afterwards. I have to maintain a certain minimum distance here in order not to fail the mission. But I can still almost fill up this meter. I'm not going to move closer than this because you actually fail the mission before the meter even fills up completely. So that dark blue section of the bar is not entirely accurate. And I would just wait for this lady to walk over to this guy. And once the arrow disappears, I can shoot both of those guys and get on with the mission.
We have a $52 donation from Thad. With this being my first year watching the marathon, I've lost many hours of sleep before work, but I gotta say, it's all been worth it. Much thanks to all the runners for their love of these games, and aloha from Hawaii. May the runner put this to whatever they want.
SMG2.
Somebody asked what your favorite RuneScape skill is.
RuneScape skill? I don't know. I've never really played RuneScape. Not my kind of
Yeah,
game.
I have no idea.
Wood cutting or something. I don't know.
It's actually a skill.
I figured it would be, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna...
Who do you think he is? I.
Okay, so they didn't shoot my tires. That's good. That's good news. Happens a lot that they shoot your tires and you lose a lot of time from it because I have to drive through grass here. I'm going to take a shortcut here, which also avoids all the police because there's no police in this section. And driving with a flat tire on grass is bad. It's already bad enough to dodge these pillars without having a flat tire, and with a flat tire it's just not doable. And now we have to drive all the way north to Ammunition, and that happens to be very close to the last Love Fist mission. So I can get that one out of the way, and then I've basically completed everything there is to complete up north. And then I've only got a couple of assets left here.
Somebody asked what your favorite Dota 2 character.
I'm a scrub, so I would say Dwarven Sniper. And I used to love Axe, but he's just not that good.
You used to play Dota 2, didn't you?
I used to play Dota 1, and Dota 2 is a fun game, but I never really got into it. I've watched it a lot, though.
We do have a $10 donation from Adam Olson. I never got to meet my grandmother because of this horrible disease. It is great to see an awesome community come together for a great cause. Heart, Adam AK.
Okay, interesting mission coming up here. It's a bit of an auto-scroller again, kind of, you could say. Basically, I have to drive around this car, and in the meantime, they have to defuse a bomb. And the bomb diffusion is essentially just sitting through the cutscene or sitting through certain lines of text. And it's a bit like the film Speed, where you have to maintain a certain speed to make sure that the bomb doesn't explode. So I have to drive around and make sure that it doesn't blow up, that we don't fall below a certain speed. Now, rather than doing this, rather than driving around through the rain, which is a pain, by the way, and making it back to the precisely correct point, I'm simply going to trigger the replay, then cancel it, and then for every line that they say during the cutscene, I cancel the replay and start it again. I can't really hear the lines very well through these speakers, unfortunately. I might be a little bit quiet right now. Okay. So, for some reason, the whole speed thing just doesn't apply during the cutscene, and I can simply, just play the replay instead of doing the actual mission. It doesn't actually speed it up, and what it does is that it makes it perfectly consistent. You can just almost not fail this. Does it actually sound correctly on stream, I wonder? Can you actually hear it properly on stream, I wonder? That's not completely necessary, because I can still hear it a little bit. Just wondering if you can hear it on stream properly. I guess it's just dodgy speakers. Alright, cool. Oh, fair enough, yeah. I noticed that music comes through, but text is, hardly audible. Okay, cool. That's good.
For those just tuning in, we are Agdq, Awesome Games Done Quick, and currently we have Grand Theft Auto, Vice City being run, all missions. And could we have the runner on the couch do a roll call, please?
Adam.
Okay, that's the last one. I'm done with this one. Sorry, did I miss something?
Roll call.
Hi, this is Adam AK up here, playing the game.
Oh, roll call. Oh, sorry. No, I was focusing on the game for a moment. No. Yeah, I'm Adam AK. I run this game. It's a fun game, and yeah, I decided to show off a different category compared to Agdq this time.
And then I'm Rudix.
I'm Kultavi.
I'm Broad.
I'm Zach SK.
Tender Love.
I don't know if they heard you.
Tender Love.
The Rift.
The Rifts.
Still growing.
These speakers are awesome. There's loads of dialogue during this, and there's just completely inaudible here. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. Oh well. Basically, they were preparing for a concert. I was supposed to drive them to the concert hall, but then they found out that there was a bomb in their car, which they had to defuse. And then it turns out that there's some equipment failure at the concert itself, so they had to blow it off. And I just get out of here, and now I'm going to head south, because I'm actually done with Love Fist, I'm done with Mitch Baker, Film Studios is done, I've done a portion of Kaplan Cabs, so we are well on the way to complete all these missions. If there is a PCJ, oh crap, that was not good. If there's a PCJ on the road, I might switch over. That's a Sanchez, I'm not bothering with that one. That's a PCJ. So I just knock into it to knock off the driver, and then I drive off. Whenever I get in a car, or whenever I get a bike, I look around to make sure that there is no police around me. Because if there is, then I can try and shoot them before they try and bust me. if you get busted in this game, you lose all your weapons. And in some portions of the run, that doesn't matter too much, because I can regain them very quickly, but for most of the missions, it would be kind of painful to lose them. For the Kaufman counter missions, you don't actually have to use a cab. You can just trigger the mission while inside a cab and then switch to whatever vehicle you want to use. And in this case, I switched to a PCJ because it's easily the best. I always drive to this taxi here near the water because sometimes he tries to drive to the other island, and if he does so, that wastes a load of time. Like if I would not shoot him first and he drives to the other island, I would lose like a minute easily. It tends to happen during any percent runs. Like you get a great run going and then these jerks show up.
We've received a $100 anonymous donation. You're awesome. Keep up the great work. Can we get to the million? I hope so.
Somebody asked Adam, what is your favorite alcoholic beverage?
My favorite alcoholic beverage? I like cocktails, and I would say that my favorite one would probably be a Midori Pearl Diver, which is coconut rum, pineapple juice, let's see what else is in there. Midori, and a little bit of milk. So that would be my favorite. Okay, got all three taxis. The pattern was kind of bad. On the plus side, I will be able to take a phone call now on my way to the next mission. This will be a phone call from Mitch Baker. It's a very short one. He just wants to thank me for finding his bike, which was the last mission I did for him.
And for everyone donating, we do have prizes available, including our grand prizes, which are a $50 donation incentive, and you can donate up to $150 for multiple chances to win them. As well as those, for those donating and looking for donation incentives to donate for, and those who do donate for donation incentives are also eligible for the prizes. You do not have to donate for the prize specifically. We do have the 242-star run for Super Mario Galaxy 2, which is available, and we're starting to move a little bit closer. We're just around 8K left to go, so keep up the donating, people.
So somebody asked earlier how you feel about long walks on the beach.
I like them. They're nice, as long as the weather is nice as well.
Wasn't that beautiful? Like a gorgeous woman bending over to pick something up.
Also, these things that he's going through here, are these the ones, or is it the pink one with the packages later on that you like can crash into?
And those would be the ones with the packages. I'll get back to that once I do Checkpoint Charlie.
Yeah, I couldn't remember where it was.
Yeah, there's some unfortunate glitches in this game. And it's actually possible to fail a really simple mission just because you get unlucky, just because the physics kind of mess up.
One of the more annoying parts of doing 100% of this sort of 3 is that you have to do stunt jumps.
The stunt jumps are mostly fine, actually. There's setups for every single one of them. There's only a few that are not random, but it's just kind of silly. It's like you have to do a really long jump, and there's a tree blocking your way. And if you hit the tree, the jump doesn't register. But you have to kind of crash into a building that's hidden behind trees, for instance. Like those kind of jumps are a bit annoying because you might have to try them a couple of times, and bikes don't tend to last very long. So they just blow up if you miss it a few times.
I always had problems with any jumps involving the boat. I'm just really bad at steering the boat around.
Yeah, these jumps are surprisingly easy compared to Checkpoint Charlie, but they're still kind of nasty. Because even if you hit the ramp perfectly straight on, your boat will still probably turn around a bit like this, and then as you land, you sometimes smash into the side or something. You just do a 90-degree turn. It's a lot worse during Checkpoint Charlie, though, because during that mission, there's these spheres that you have to collect, these packages that you have to collect while doing a jump. So you have to, hit the ramp at a certain speed and trying to grab the package from midair. And these ramps are really, it's not really glitchy, it's just they've got an odd shape, I guess, which messes up a lot of jumps. And sometimes you just go a little bit too fast and you overshoot it completely, or sometimes you go too slow and you still overshoot it completely. It's really weird. Okay, so now that I've done the first mission for Umberto Rovina, who called me probably about an hour and a half ago, I've also unlocked, or I'm about to unlock Antipule. So I'm doing missions for both the Cubans and the Haitians, opposing gangs. Not really sure how that works out, story-wise, I guess, considering that you would expect them to hate each other, really.
There was definitely a whole lot of love for Africa in the chat.
Oh yeah, they could definitely hear that quite nicely.
Who's pushing this car to the limit?
Yeah, whenever I'm taking a phone call and I kind of have to wait around, I try to do something useful. Like, even if it's something as tiny as turning around a car, it still saves me about, 2-3 seconds just because I don't have to turn it around afterwards.
For
Okay.
everyone watching, this is Awesome Games Done Quick, hosted by Speed Demos Archives and Speedruns Live. Speed Demos Archive is the premier site and community for video game speedruns with over 900 speedrun videos available. It's also got a great community and message board for extensive planning, practice, and knowledge base for these games. And Speedruns Live is a site dedicated to hosting races for all skill levels, any games. So you can go on Speedruns Live and race or just watch casually, whichever is up to you. And all donations being received are going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which has been around since 1985 and has raised over $100 million in donations for cancer throughout the years. And its main focus is on preventing and detecting early signs of cancer when it's most easily curable.
The mission I'm doing right now is actually pretty difficult. There is a strategy that makes it a lot easier, but it kind of went wrong. What I tried to do was bump into the back left corner of his car, and to try and kind of knock him around, or to turn him around. Okay, apparently he's a bit of an idiot, and he almost did it on his own. And that makes him fall behind a lot, and then it's just a joke. You just have to not crash into anything new with the race. And now I'm kind of stuck next to him. It doesn't matter that I'm a little bit behind him right now, because I'm going to be able to catch up very easily in a moment. He takes a very efficient route at the start of the race, but after a while he's forced to stick to the road while I'm not, so I'm going to take a better route than him. And I'm going to catch up. Unless I get horrendously unlucky with the police cars, but I should be fine. Our car speeds are very comparable, so he can usually catch up pretty easily. His driving is kind of silly because he can take turns at maximum speed. Okay, but now he's fallen a lot behind because I'm taking these small shortcuts here. So despite the fact that the mission went kind of wrong, it's still an easy victory, like he's way behind me now. And normally you just completely blow him away. If you have to do this mission during the rain, it's pretty likely that you will fail the mission, even with a strategy where you kind of knock him around, because the rain just messes with the turning controls too much. Okay. Check the back seat, because something weird's going to happen there. Like, the guy with the black shirt just switched over with the other guy instantly. Also, I didn't do a safety save here, so I'm going to just hope that the game doesn't soft lock on me. Because this is this is pretty much the only mission where the game is actually soft locked on me. It doesn't happen often, it's only happened to me like once or twice. It's pretty unlikely. What's more likely to happen is that it just fails randomly. So this mission isn't particularly difficult, but unfortunately you have to deal with 3 AIs here, 3 allied AIs, and none of them can die at the start. What sometimes happens is that you just walk around inside the bank, because we're about to rob a bank. You just walk around inside the bank, and then suddenly you get a message that Cam Jones has died, mission failed. And you're like, there's not a single enemy there. Even if he would jump off the building 100 times, he would still be fine, because jump damage is silly in this game. What even killed him? I'm hoping that won't happen either. You have to be careful with the traffic here as well, because if you run into a pissed off driver, he can actually drive over the friendly AIs and just fail the mission for you.
We have a $50 donation from Mayo. It's been a good week to see your awesome play. Happy to donate. Thank you from France.
Someone asks if you prefer Kirk or Picard.
Probably Picard, I would guess. Yeah, I think so. Both are good, though.
I haven't actually said hello yet, Adam. I'm just in my head, so sorry for not being here earlier.
Oh, what's up, Robo Sparkle? Welcome.
Shout outs to Robo Sparkle.
Shout out to Robo Sparkle for still being alive.
Off-camera sparkle.
Okay, so this is all the security in this bank. There's just 4 guys. And I take their weapons just because they could come in handy. He's right behind me, so the chances of soft locking are minimal by now. That's good. Still one more point where it could soft lock, but that's unlikely now. Cool. Crotch cam? Crotch cam.
It's nice that the two of you quite close.
Okay, so there's a time lock on the safe, and I have to find a manager so that he can get rid of it. Manager's right here. You just drag him over. Also, you might see me running diagonally a lot, or sideways. That's just because I find it easier.
Someone asks how it feels living on a remote island.
Great. Feels great. Amazing.
How's the internet out there?
It's okay. I still get lag on Twitch sometimes, but... Okay, so no soft lock, fortunately. So we should be fine with this mission. Somebody triggered the alarm, and now we're going to get the SWAT team coming in. I'm going to do some squats while waiting for them.
For those enjoying the stream, the cameras that we are using were donated by GameStop, and GameSpot, and those who are interested in donating as well as also receiving something for their money. The Yeti does have a line of AGDQ shirts, and $3 from each sale will go directly to PCF. Those shirts can be found at theyeti.com/SDA.
Someone asked what type of shampoo you use.
Head and Shoulders, because I get bad dandruff.
Well, not for you, Head and Shoulders.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that's why I use it. Okay, there's a 1 in 100 chance that my friendly AIs will shoot each other in a moment, which would fail the mission, of course. Basically, this mission is just try and get through the AI issues. Okay, so they're all alive. There's an FBI car here. I'm going to take them out. Is he still alive? Get out of here. Still alive. Okay, now we're good. I just played it really safe this time. I could have potentially ignored those FBI guys, but figured this would be safer. I took out one SWAT guy standing around there because he tends to shoot my tires even after I've gotten rid of the wanted stars. For some reason, he just doesn't lose his aggro, and he still tries to kill me.
We have a $25 donation from Musa T. Making my final donation now. It's been another great year, and I look forward to the next. I would just like to give a shout out to Adam AK. His Amnesia run last year was great, and so is this one. Sadly, no Die Hard this year.
This question was answered earlier, but the same guy keeps asking it. Do you prefer the old GTA games or the newer ones?
Well, it depends on what you define as newer ones. I would consider the older ones, I guess, everything up until and including San Andreas, and then the new ones, everything afterwards. I haven't really played the ones that came out after San Andreas.
Maybe it's 2D versus 3D.
If it's 2D versus 3D, then I would... If you would have asked me this question a year ago, I would have said 2D. Now I would say 3D. GTA 3 is a very, very good game, I find. That's definitely my favorite one. And GTA 2 is still fantastic as well. Okay, so that's Malibu done. Please get out. I need this guy. Okay, so that's Malibu done. That's another asset done. I'm going to do Cop Plant next, which is a mission at the Vassetti Mansion. And Then I'll be done with another asset, which is the Vercetti Mansion, and all that will be left then is finishing Kaufman Caps, doing the last phone booth mission, doing some missions for Umberto Robina, Antipoulet, Printworks, and that's essentially it. It sounds like a lot, but you can breeze through a lot of these missions pretty quickly.
We have an anonymous $50 donation. Hi guys, Alex here from Germany. Both my grandpas died due to cancer, and in addition to that, I really like speedruns. So with this combination, I really have to donate. Thanks for this awesome week.
I'm kind of in a pickle here because it's raining, and that means that there's going to be hardly any pedestrians on the streets. I need to get 2 wanted stars as quickly as possible, and usually I do that by just driving over pedestrians or shooting them while driving to my destination, but now there's nobody around. If I get lucky, there will be a cop on the street, but I will probably have to go with my backup strats, which involve just robbing a store. In 100% runs, you would normally also have to rob 15 stores, just, shops, but by robbing them, you get 2 wanted stars, which is exactly as much as I need to have. So there's a shop right here. I'm just going to aim my gun at him until he drops his money, grab the cash, and then run out. And then head off. And that gives me 2 wanted stars. What is Lance doing?
Some people in chat asked what our donation total is right now. I just want to say you can actually go to gamesdonequick.com. If you're viewing us from the Twitch channel, you may actually just check out Games Done Quick to get all the information on how you can donate, and the schedule and everything is all set up there.
And for those wondering, our donation total just passed $669,000.
Okay, I'm getting incredibly unlucky here because there's a lot of cop spawns, and I need 2 policemen to walk into this building. This guy's just standing around here, he's not doing anything. So maybe this guy will follow me, and then the doors can close. There we go, finally. It was being blocked off by a cop car as well, and I had to push it away. So that was kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, they've been locked in with the 2 criminals.
Yep.
Probably fine.
Nothing they can do about it anymore.
Yeah, our job is done.
Yep.
Good work, team.
Took a lot of damage there. Okay, and I've got to avoid getting any wanted stars right now. Rather than driving over and having to deal with the 5 wanted stars later on, I'm just going to take a helicopter because it's conveniently parked right next to where I have to be anyway. So. Bless you.
Thank you.
Have you got a microphone, by the way?
I do not.
Would you like one?
Yeah, sure, why not? You got a microphone?
Ground. I'll give you mine, but I'm asking questions. I don't know.
So now I've set up some explosives. Basically, somebody was supposed to blow up this shop, but he kind of screwed up, and the explosives didn't go off, and then the cops showed up, and he had to run away. So I just blew up the building instead, and now I'm going to fly off. The 5 wanted stars don't matter anymore because the cops can't really shoot me when I'm in the air. There's tons of FBI cars driving around on the roads. So if you would do this mission with a car instead of with a helicopter, it would be a lot more difficult. You would probably have to go to the paint spray or somehow, grab every cop bribe in the area.
We have a $25 donation from Zach Gould. Aw, Adam AK, you the main. Keep it up, the great work, guys. 750K? Yeah, we can do it.
The helicopter I just got is not only useful for this mission, but it also comes in handy for the next mission, which is going to be a mission called Loose Ends. It's the last one of the phone booth missions. And I'm going to make that mission look like a joke as well. Okay, so that's the Vercetti mission done. We've done most of it now. Most of the run is
is this
already
working?
complete.
Yeah.
Let's see. 2 hours, 14 minutes in. That's quite decent then. Let's see if we get a suicide cop. Sometimes there's police officers walking on top of the roof here, and they just jump off, which looks kind of weird.
Would it be nice to see though? Never mind.
Okay, so I'm going to park this helicopter in a very specific spot so that it doesn't despawn as I pick up the next mission. And on my way to the marker for the next mission, I'll pick up another phone call. It's going to be Lance acting all depressed again.
Someone asked if you identify yourself with any Grand Theft Auto characters.
Nope, not at all. Because Tommy's a jerk, really. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no better spot for taking this phone call, so I have to wait around for a couple of seconds here. It's still a very short phone call, so it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so what's supposed to happen is that a gate here on the left has been unlocked, and you're supposed to go through it, and there's tons of enemies. You have to fight through like this whole army of enemies. What I do instead is just fly to the end of the mission, essentially. Pick up the package that I'm supposed to collect, and then fly away again. There, you can see that they're shooting me from the ground, but I'm just ignoring it. I'm going to shoot these Cubans first. I think they're Cubans. And then these guys, because these guys ignore me for a while, usually. And pick up the package. There we go. And grab this helicopter. So yeah, that skips around, I don't know, 2-3 minutes worth of gameplay. There's a lot of guys down there. They're going to try and shoot me now as well, but it doesn't matter.
Somebody's asking if, do you really enjoy speedrunning, or is it more of a grind?
I enjoy it. I definitely do very much enjoy it. Sometimes when you play a game for a very long time, it can become a bit of a grind. And then it's usually best to take a break.
And for everyone enjoying the current run, we have Super Mario Galaxy 2 coming up next with the donation incentive towards the 242 star perfect run. The run is being done by Yoshi's Fan, and we are just under 8K now to reach the goal of 15,000.
Okay, we're going to finish up the Kaufman Cabs asset next. That's just one simple mission. I'm going to do that mission in a kind of funky way, I guess. It's about 20 seconds slower than the true speedrunning strat, but it looks so much funnier than the actual regular strat.
You should tell people that it's reliable.
Come again?
Tell people that it's reliable.
It is actually more reliable.
Marathon safe strats.
It is actually more marathon safe than the regular strat. So there is, in a sense, there is a purpose to it. For those who are wondering what this mission is about, I got a fake phone call about a friend needing a taxi, basically. And they asked specifically for me to pick them up. Now, as it turns out, it's a conspiracy to, or not a conspiracy, but they're trying to kill me off because I'm a competitor. It's the competing taxi firm that tries to, get rid of my taxi firm. And they are sending out taxis to destroy my vehicle, to blow it up. There's going to be 6 or 7 taxis chasing me around. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot, driving to the wrong area. Let's take a shortcut here. And so they're sending out 6 or 7 taxis to try and blow me up, and if I survive their assault for a minute, then this special taxi will show up. It's extra strong, it's extra fast, and the driver is really out to kill me. So normally you would just try to drive around here, I guess, for a minute and try to survive. The speedrunning strat is, well, I'll show you what you can do if you want to make it a little bit easier. Small chance that I will die here. It's pretty unlikely, actually. It doesn't happen very often, especially not when I'm going for this setup. So I'm not going to try and preserve my taxi here. And we're fine. Okay, so now I'm in a safe spot here. These guys are going to crash into the water and stuff, and they don't really know what they're doing. I've actually got a bit of time left because I'm not going to try and blow these up. I'll show you guys a special strategy. They're just stuck in a corner, basically. And you can shoot them and blow them up, and then you've got 40 seconds left on the timer, and that automatically triggers the second wave. What I'm going to do instead is pick up the flamethrower. Let's see what it is. There's my flamethrower. Very little ammo, but there's enough. And I'm going to stand in the spot where the second wave taxi is going to spawn. So that's approximately here. I'm going to take out my flamethrower. And once the timer hits around 2 seconds or 1 second, I will start just using the flamethrower in front of me. So right around now. There we go. So I've set the car on fire exactly as it spawned. That made the taxi driver run away. So he's trying to escape right now. And this thing is driving on its own. So there's nobody sitting inside of it. It's just driving back and forth, trying to crash through the gate. If I try to get inside, I can't. It's just stuck there. So that thing is, well, it's just going to do its own thing. In the meantime, I'm going to look for this guy. There he is. And just kill him off. So goodbye to you. And that's that mission.
We have a $25 donation from Nim1. I really want to see the perfect run, but I can't afford to donate $8K. So everyone, please help me out. For the record, I lost my interest in the series at GTA 2, but Adam does great commentary, sure makes it worth watching.
Thank you very much.
We also have a $50 anonymous donation. Hi guys, I love that you're doing this to raise awareness and money for a good cause. I lost my 2 grandmothers to breast cancer and my wife to skin cancer. Love you all.
All right, so this question actually pertains to a few of us, or a few of you guys here. They want to know if you're going to ESA this year.
I'm going to try to, but it's quite unlikely that I'll be able to make it. It would be great if I could, but I can't guarantee it yet. I'll know more about it, you know, in about 4 months probably. Right now, I'm just not sure.
Do any of the rest of you plan on going to ESA?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's well worth going. It's a fantastic event.
Yeah, if you can get to it, it's going to be end of July, beginning of August. I think something like 27th, 29th July it's going to start for about a week. If you can make it to Sweden, then I'd highly recommend it.
Yeah, it's not expensive or anything as well. It's very cheap to be there. It's so much fun.
I'll definitely be watching.
I think I went there last year, and the entire amount I spent during that whole week has been less than the hotel costs to come here.
Exactly, yeah. And that's including, you know, the housing and everything.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's housing, meals, everything.
So we actually mentioned this, I believe it's this mission earlier.
Yeah. So this mission has some issues. They haven't shown up this time because I got past the ramps perfectly. Well, not entirely perfectly, but it was good. It was smooth. But the rams are kind of messed up. They can launch you up, or you can just not get any boost from them and get stuck on the pier, and then you fail the mission. Sometimes the only way to get out of there as well is to just kill yourself because there's no path leading to the roads again. And sometimes these packages are actually solid. You know, you're supposed to just be able to go through them, but occasionally they somehow become solid and you crash into them. And when that happens, if it's in a bad spot, it can push you away in such a way that you fly onto an island, for instance, and just get stuck there as well. Or sometimes you can even flip your boat and those kind of things. It's a gigantic mess. I got lucky this time. There were no solid packages. There were no issues with the ramps, so that was clean actually. That went surprisingly well.
We have a $50 donation from Leanne Sotori. We just want to say thanks for a great week. And we also have a $10 donation from Rob Parrish. Big props to everyone involved. Loving watching the Vice City speedrun. Adam has a fetching jumper on. Much love from everyone in the United Kingdom.
That's a cool launch. This is done on purpose actually because it's just the easiest way to get out of the water. Oh, I got a one to start there. Okay. Okay, so now I need to find a good car. There are no good cars on this island, so I'm just going to run towards the section where I might actually find one. And since it's on the way, I'm going to show you guys an interesting glitch. And that's used in the any % runs. It's kind of funny, really. You can go out of bounds here.
So he was off camera earlier, but this is RoboSparkle.
Hello.
Hello, RoboSparkle.
I'm behind your shoulder, Adam.
I'm terrified. Okay, I'm getting pretty unlucky with the cars here. I might just go with a bad one. Bikes are not an option for this. Oh, Lister. Got it. There are two things that drivers can do when you shoot their car. They can either just get out and run away and panic, or they drive off and you know, they speed up and drive off so that you can't take their car. Usually they just get out and panic. So that's why I try to shoot them if I need a car. So now I've got a blister. A blister is probably the ideal vehicle for this next mission. The next mission is called Juju Scramble, and it's the first anti-poulet mission. And what I have to do for it is collect 3 suitcases in Little Haiti here. And that's not too difficult on its own, but I'll be chased by the police while doing this. I get a wanted star or 2 wanted stars for every package that I collect.
We have a $20 donation from HB. What a great way to start a Saturday morning. Way better than cartoons. Let's get that Super Mario Galaxy 2 perfect run. And so far, we have, for the past half hour, already gotten $500 towards it. So we have just about 7,700 to go towards our goal of 15K for the incentive.
So I just got the first 2 wanted stars. Okay, I was surprised not to see any police cars there. I actually anticipated it and tried to juke them around a bit, but there was nothing to juke around. They are very aggressive. They're going to try and crash into me. They're just upset with me collecting these suitcases. So I've gotten rid of 1 wanted star now. I'll just have to deal with the 3 remaining ones, which means that they actually send, not FBI units, but I don't even know what to call them really, special forces of some kind. And so here's the last suitcase that I need to collect. And okay, I'm going to go for the slightly riskier strats, but slightly faster strats for the next mission. I considered picking up a helicopter here and just flying to the end of this mission, and then using that helicopter for the next mission, but I'm just going to do it kind of the intended way, which is actually the faster way, usually. The next mission is Bombs Away. This one's quite difficult, actually, because you have to fly around this toy airplane, and you have to drop bombs onto very precise targets. And if you miss the targets, if you miss the first bomb drop, then, you know, if the enemies manage to spread out, then you're going to lose quite a bit of time. So hopefully I'll actually get at least 1 boat during the first bomb drop. Preferably 2, but that doesn't happen very often. Let's see how it goes. Essentially, there's 3 boats. There's a whole bunch of guys standing around here as well. And I have to try and blow all of them up. I think I got, hopefully I got the big one. Yeah, I got the big one. And I got the small one as well, so I got 2 of them. That's really good, actually. Now I just have to get the last small one, which should be around here. Yep, got them all. And then we blow up the car, and then we're done. Right here.
I was watching Adam practice this earlier, and he's making it look a lot easier than it really was.
Yeah, this one's an absolute nightmare, so that was
really clean. That first bomb drop is very, very precise, and I didn't think I actually got both of them, but I managed to get 2 boats there. Come on.
That's the really annoying thing about the RC planes and a lot of bombs in general, is it doesn't not look like you get them until 5 seconds after you realise that you've got them. Or
yeah, they don't explode instantly. There's always this delay, and you can't see it on the mini-map or anything like that. So very often, you can't really tell whether you actually hit them or not. But it worked out very well this time. During this mission, I'm going to cheat a little bit. You're supposed to use a sniper rifle on them, but I'm going to use a regular rifle on them instead, which is dangerous because I can actually shoot my own allies as well very easily with it.
You're going to 360 no scope.
All right, so now there's a car showing up as well. Oh, that went poorly. All right, we should be fine. There's a guy with a sword here. You need to make sure that you kill him. And everybody else is fine. I can't even see them properly anymore. There's 1 guy left here.
So someone asked if there's a console community for this game.
No. Pretty much everybody runs on PC, with good reason. PC has no auto-aim, and auto-aim is really bad in this game, because you want to usually shoot specific enemies, and toggling between enemies can be a bit of a pain in the ass with auto-aim, and it also lets you shoot enemies from great distances, so beyond the range of auto-aim. And secondly, just walking controls and driving controls. Well, maybe driving controls are all right, but running controls and such are not very good on PS2. Some people have tried running this on PS2 before, but I don't think anybody's had any truly successful attempts.
There's a couple of people who've attempted to run Liberty City Stories, which is PS2 only.
And Vice City
specifically, or he ran it via emulator. I think it might have driven him a little bit insane. He didn't get on with it.
Okay. I've got to shoot the drivers first, just to make sure that they don't try and kill me. Okay, so that's one car gone. I'm going to blow this one up as well. And I need to pick up the weapons that they've dropped. They've got these crates on top of them. I need to shoot off the crates first, and then blow up the cars. So I've got the two weapons here, one of which is actually an M60, the big gun I got from the helicopter mission early on in the run. It's one of the most powerful weapons in the game. So that one just lets me blow up these cars very, very quickly. After picking up these first two weapons, the enemy sends out a so-called Fangio squad to try and take me out. These are basically just gang members on Fangios. They look kind of funny, but hopefully I won't actually encounter them. So here we go. That's one crate, and that's another. So he's gone, and I'm just going to pick up the weapons. This is a good shotgun, so I want it anyways. And we're good. That's that mission.
Somebody mentioned the fact that the PC version has loading times. I think most newer PCs don't really have to deal with that.
Loading times are negligible.
Yeah, it's really insignificant, I believe.
Yeah, on PS2 loading times could be significant, although they're not that bad either. On PC, it's like I've played this game on a laptop with a 5400 RPM hard drive, a pretty slow one to be honest. I've played this game. I usually play this game on an SSD, and I don't notice any difference. It's usually like just a short flash, and then suddenly you're in the loaded area already.
I remember I believe it was GTA 3 actually had really bad loading times between some of the areas.
Could be. Yeah, could very well be.
Wow. On PS2. Whereas it's pretty much instantaneous on the PC.
Yeah, so we actually use RTA for this game. Normally you'd want to time PC games in such a way that you subtract the loading times, but in this game, loading times are just so negligible that it doesn't really matter. Like the difference is probably not even going to be 1 second, unless you've got some kind of issues, which are pretty obvious to see, and then you could try and account for that. So this mission introduces a drunkenness effect, which makes driving a lot more difficult. But all it's doing is just wobbling the camera around, so you can still drive in a straight line, and as long as you realize that, it's not that terrible. It's just more difficult to adjust once you're not driving in a straight line.
All right, and we got a $10 donation from Bluesbro. Comment is, congratulations on the money you've raised. It's incredibly admirable. My aunt was diagnosed with cancer the other day, so I deeply appreciate the work you guys are doing.
And that concludes Phil's place. So now I can actually buy weapons from his place as well. There's a minigun there, there's the M60, there's a bazooka, there's all kinds of really cool guns, but none of them are necessary for this run, so I won't be picking any of them up. Instead I'm going to start doing missions for Roberto Robina. I need a car with 4 doors. I just happen to have a Patriot from the previous mission with 4 doors, so hey, I can just use that one straight away.
Dumb question.
too dumb of a question to ask?
Yeah, it's
Oh, fair enough. What kind of spam are we seeing here now?
everything.
Twitch chat behave.
Is it ASCII Dix
Are you reading Twitch or Quick Chat?
I'm on Twitch chat.
Actually, I'll probably fire up Quick Chat. See what they're doing.
Someone asked if you've personally found any huge exploits in this game that have drastically changed the route.
This game doesn't have any huge exploits,
Yeah,
so there's nothing specific that you can find. I found minor stuff, just ways to knock off a door or something like that. That's what GTA speedrunning is actually largely about, just finding all this tiny stuff. It might seem insignificant, but once you've found a lot of tiny stuff, it adds up to a lot. Like GTA 3, for instance. Like, if I would try to list all the optimizations, all the tiny little details in the first 10 minutes of the run, it would take me, more than half an hour. There's so much stuff going on, and it's usually not obvious that there are actual, precise strats.
How optimized is your route for all missions?
It's. I don't think this is the truly final optimized route, but it's pretty optimal. There are very few things that are suboptimal in this route, and I have not found a way to do it better than the way it's done right now.
So for those of you in chat that don't really know Agdq, he's actually been running this for quite some time. I believe it was just him and Oasis for a really long time. Basically, like the whole GTA community.
Yeah, it started off with GTA 3. Oasis was actually the first one. Well, I mean, before him there were people who did segmented runs, but he was the first one to try and do single segment runs. Coincidentally, we ended up teaming up for Left 4 Dead runs in February last year, and he mentioned at some point that he speedruns GTA 3 and that he hasn't done it for a while, but he kind of wants to get back into it. He tried to persuade me to get into it as well. I casually picked it up. I was absolutely horrible. Like, if you would watch my runs back then, it was embarrassing, but it was still fun anyways. And then Agdq came around, and I picked it up very seriously last year. And Oasis, he was getting some really crazy runs as well, but he was starting to get a bit burnt out on again. But somehow it just sparked a lot of interest after Agdq, and all of a sudden there were dozens of runners. Vice City, in particular, I think, drew in a lot of people. When people noticed that people were actually doing speedruns of GTA games, they were kind of surprised usually, because it's not a typical game for speedruns, right? It's completely different from, let's say, Super Metroid or I don't know, SM64 or those Zelda games. What I'm doing here is just picking up some armor real quickly. This is one of the most dangerous missions in the game. If you get unlucky, you can just die here. So I'm going to switch to the M60 again, the most overpowered gun at my disposal. And there's going to be a kind of big army of enemies waiting for me here. There's 2 boats filled with them, and there's these guys, and then there's a whole bunch of guys waiting near the mansion. What I'm going to do is blow up this boat and shoot these guys, and then blow up this boat. And we're fine. If I had to use any other weapon than that, M60, it would have been a lot more difficult. Okay, and now I need to pick up some suitcases. I pick up this one first. You do not want to pick up that one last, because it would force you to... oh, hang on, there's one more guy I need to kill. He's got a shotgun, he can actually stun off me. You don't want to pick up that one last, because there's more enemies spawning in that area. And now I can simply ignore them, because I don't have to go back to that position anymore. I only lost 83 armor, which actually isn't that much. It's happened to me before that I just got killed within, just a couple of seconds at the start of the mission. Okay, got a couple of wanted stars. Hopefully they won't shoot my tire in midair. Okay, they didn't. For some reason, the police just has amazing aiming abilities, and they can just shoot your tires at any time. This is a fixed spawn, that police car. He always shows up there. The game actually has a lot of fixed spawns when you have a certain number of wanted stars. So if you know in which areas they spawn and in what way they spawn, you can, generally speaking, just avoid them altogether. And they're trying to destroy my tires.
So is it like a random chance that a shot will destroy your tyres, or...?
Yeah. If you're just unlucky, there's going to be a police officer waiting around there, and he'll just shoot your tyres as you're flying through the air, pretty much.
Policemen don't like tyres much, do they? How do you feel about tyres?
I like them, but I wish they were more like in GTA 3, where you can't shoot through them. You can't destroy them, you can't shoot through them. This voodoo is a fixed spawn. I actually was kind of hoping to get a voodoo on the road, but that doesn't happen too often. So I always just run towards the fixed spawn. This car actually has kind of two modes. You can either have this, like, be in this elevated state, or you can lower the car. I always drive in this car in its lowered mode because it feels more responsive this way.
Does GTA 3 have a equivalent mode to this that you run, or?
Whoops. Sorry, come again?
Does GTA 3 have an equivalent mode to this that you run?
You mean all missions?
Yeah.
Yes, there's an all missions run in GTA 3 as well. I think Coombs, a speedrunner who goes by the name of Coombs, has the world record in that one. A bit like Vice City, it hasn't had that much competition though. There's only a handful of runners who actually bother with all missions. Most people go with any percent because that's just a more typical category. But all missions, I think it introduces a lot of fun elements. It lets you do a lot of things that are skipped in the any percent runs that are just more fun. I have to wait until the gate opens up here and then I can just run inside. Don't kill me. Alright, we're good. And I'm going to plant a couple of explosives here and then blow up this place. I'm going to ignore all of these guys because their aim is terrible. As you can see, there's like 5 of them shooting me and they haven't even hit me yet. Whoops. Missed the staircase. Oh, there we go. First 2 hits. I'm not impressed. Worst case scenario, I could always just heal up outside here anyway, so not a big deal.
Tommy's just not bothered.
Yeah, exactly. I can heal up during the next mission anyways. So that's Umberto Robina done. All that's left right now is Printworks. There's 2 missions for that. There's Cherry Poppers, Keep the Collectors. Not Keep the Collectors, Cap the Collectors, and Keep Your Friends Close. So this is going to be the last set of missions that we still have left.
Do you not keep the collectors?
No, you cap the collectors.
Oh. They're so cute. Can you like put them on the shelf or something?
No, you just say capper to them and that's it.
Mm.
Oh boy. I'm waiting for a phone call right now because I have to run in this direction anyways, and it kind of works out nicely that the phone call ends pretty much as I have to buy, pretty much as I reach the asset marker.
So someone asked if you've ever had any Grand Theft Auto related dreams from playing the game so much?
Nope. Funnily enough, I haven't had any such dreams. I play these games a lot, but still somehow it's like I managed to separate my dream life from my speedrunning life. I have had a dream before where I actually thought of a strategy, a speedrunning strategy, and then I woke up, I tested it, and it actually worked. I don't remember if it was faster or not, but that was kind of strange.
So I guess Adam's living the dream.
Okay, I'm going to shoot this driver straight away, because I want his taxi. Or my taxi, because he's actually my employee. It's cow from cows, after all. At this point, the run is actually identical to what an any percent run would be. So I take the same vehicles. I've only got a couple of extra weapons, I guess. I'm not really supposed to have the M16 or the fancy shotgun. But other than that, the runs now coincide again. Other than maybe 1 or 2 phone calls I still need to take, but that's just a minor detail.
out of interest, do you prefer running this 20% then?
Until very recently, yes. But any percent has, well, any percent is a very random category, or at least it used to be an extremely random category, because there's an asset called Sunshine Autos, which is not necessary in this run. And that one involves collecting cars. You just have to collect 6 cars that spawn randomly in the city. Or, well, people drive them around randomly throughout the city. And until recently, you know, that randomness was just a big issue. For instance, during the SGDQ run, I did any percent, and there I had to look around for one specific car for about 15 minutes because it just would not spawn. And I've lost a lot of runs like that, you know, that I was in the linear part, which is almost exclusively skill dependent. I would get a really nice split, you know, let's say a -1 minute split or something, and then I would just lose the run because I would get bad luck. But quite recently, the record holder for this run, for this any percent run, found a consistent strategy of getting all the cars that are on this list, which eliminates a huge chunk of RNG.
How did he do it? Was that, because I know some cars have fixed spawns, was it utilising that, or was it somehow manipulating the RNG to get cars spawning where he wanted them?
No, it's actually not even that different from what we used to do quite a while ago. But basically, you try to cycle through cars as quickly as possible. I might be able to show it to you in a moment here somewhere. Whenever you look away, whenever you put vehicles off screen, they despawn. If they're far enough away, they just despawn. And then when you look back to the original area, they respawn again. Oh, well, there are new cars spawning there. So if you simply don't see the car you need, you look away, you look back again to the same area, and then with a bit of luck, you'll get the car that you actually need. And you can cycle through these cars very quickly. And there's still quite a few phone calls you have to sit through anyways during the 80% run. So you simply take one of these phone calls and then just cycle through the cars, and then if all goes well, you just get all of them while taking the phone calls, thereby not wasting any time whatsoever.
Yet another reason to do PC over PS2.
Yeah, I don't think you could do that conveniently on PS2.
No, I played these games originally on PS2. You like, moving the camera takes too long.
Yeah,
do
fair
that.
enough.
Well, I mean, I know they try that sort of strat, but I know that the camera itself moves quite slowly, certainly compared to using a mouse.
Fair enough. Where's my bike? Oh, there it is. So I just drove in here because apparently they're completely incompetent and they can't shoot you when you're on a bike. There's a small chance that they shoot one of my tires, in which case I would use the backup strat, which is stealing this helicopter while it's still flying. That used to be the old strategy. But what I'm going to do now is just shoot at one of the passengers who is currently holding the plates. I'm guessing chat might be saying something about
that.
Yeah,
Right
they're probably telling you not to forget the plates.
I might leave them behind just because. All right, so let's see. So there's these plates here. I'm just going to walk away. No, I'm going to get them. I've got to shoot this cop first, though. And there's more cops even. Got to be careful. But yeah, I got the plates. There's a pink marker on the map. That one shows up because I didn't kill the pilot of the helicopter, and I actually got the plates before the helicopter even landed. So the game is a little bit confused.
Shoutouts to Twitch chat for helpfully reminding us not to forget the plates.
I would have forgotten them without this help. Well, I guess you should change the stream title to Adam AK plus chat.
Yeah.
Thanks, Twitch chat.
Okay, so that sprint work's done. That's just 2 missions for this asset. What I'm going to do next is Cherry Poppers, which is the one where I have to sell 50 ice creams. And then I'll be doing Cap the Collectors and Keep Your Friends Close. And then we're done with this category.
Wait, why did you use air quotes for ice cream? Surely it's definitely real ice cream.
It's a PG-13 stream.
Okay.
Despite everything else that's going on.
Exactly.
PG-13.
We want to keep it civilized, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
This is America.
Yeah, killing and shooting and all that's fine.
Why wouldn't it be?
Of course, yeah. PG-13.
Exactly.
So to spice things up during this Cherry Poppers, you actually get a wanted star for every 4 deals you complete, which means that you have to kind of manage how many customers you've got at any given time. You want to make sure that you don't get more than one wanted star, because then it takes forever to get rid of these wanted stars. You either have to go to the paint spray. Wait. Can you hear a vague melody in the background? Yes. Okay, that's good, because I can't hear it at all. Now that's the melody.
Quiet.
Okay. As long as it's there, then it's fine, because that's what I need to actually get customers. I could not hear it. Okay, but since there's customers running towards me, it's fine. You need to be very careful with police officers here, because they can arrest you very easily. There's a police officer walking behind me right there, but I'm only going to complete the first 3 deals, which means that... oh, never mind, there's 4 deals. And the cop is gone, though, from the looks of it. So I'm going to get the first 1 star. I'm going to complete this 5th deal as well. The wanted star will disappear at 14:45 in-game time. They stay on for about 20 seconds. And I will have to ignore that last deal, that 8th customer, and just drive onward.
It's weird, it's not like if you do it to 4 people in a row, it is like literally every 4, as in the 4th person, the 8th person, the 12th person, and so on.
Exactly.
Because screw you for injecting a bit of sweetness into someone's life.
Okay, so there's 2 customers here, and there's a cop in front of me, so I have to drive off. The reason why I switched cameras, the camera angle to this kind of weird distant angle, is precisely because it lets me see police officers walk towards me more easily. The wanted star should disappear quickly enough. There we go. Just vanished in time.
Can you despawn cops with that camera?
No, you can't. The only way to despawn cops is just to drive away. And then if you turn back, they should be gone.
Alright, just a reminder that we have Super Mario Galaxy 2 coming up next. We have a donation incentive for the perfect run, which is star number 242 in the game. We got about 7,500 more to get to that $15,000 goal for that, so keep putting your money towards that goal so we can get some nice, skillful Mario Galaxy 2 play and shown off.
This guy's not buying anything, he's just standing around there. Kind of a glitched customer. It happens sometimes. Not too big a deal.
What's the weirdest thing that's happened to you while you've been running this?
Ultra Cop. Yeah, Ultra Cop is probably the weirdest thing. In case you're wondering what Ultra Cop is, that's a nickname we've given to a police officer who defies the laws of physics and goes beyond the call of duty to arrest me. It first happened, it's a weird story really. We were doing a trilogy race, so GTA 3, Vice City and San Andreas all in one go. And Oasis and I, so Oasis is the other GTA 3 runner, Oasis and I were at the same point in the speedrun. We were doing the exact same mission, we were pretty much at the same spot.
Basically neck and neck. Cool.
Exactly, we were very even in the race. And it was a mission where you have to steal this security car. It's a pretty tough car. You have to damage it to scare the drivers off, and then you have to just steal it and drive away. So I was damaging the car, and it was at about like 30% health, so it was going fine. And then suddenly I just got arrested, and then about 2 seconds later, a police officer just teleported towards my car door. So I basically got arrested by a police officer who was not there, and he just teleported towards me to arrest me somehow. And the funny thing is that we had never seen this before, and it happened to both Oasis and me at the exact same time.
Yeah.
So when chat mentioned that there was this weird kind of super cop or ultra cop thing happening, we didn't realize that it had happened to both of us.
It was quite freaky. I think I was watching Oasis stream at the time, and then Oasis got ultra copped, and I was just like, what? And then suddenly on the chat I was like, oh no, it's happened to Adam as well.
We've seen it a couple of times
Clearly
since then, but
both of you simultaneously.
Yeah, the odds of that happening are just minimal. Let's see, wanted star is gone. Good.
Is that on your YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is it just called Ultra Cop on your YouTube channel?
I just called it Ultra Cop.
Yeah.
There's a couple of those. There's also Ninja Cop, which is maybe even weirder. I was arrested without there even being an officer in the area. It was just, you get the message, you know, busted, and that's it. Out of nowhere.
According to Greenerlink, because he attempted to recreate Ultra Cop, and it's something to do with the fact of where your car is when a cop tries to open the door if one of them's blocked.
I've got
it's very, very specific, apparently.
I've got a very different hypothesis for that. It's that if you knock over a police officer during the mission, specifically during that mission, and you've got 2 wanted stars, they will just teleport towards you. Not always, but it's quite likely that it happens. Because those were the conditions that under which I always got this Ultra Cop phenomenon. Yeah. Okay, we're nearly done with this cherry poppers, by the way. It's going all right. Not getting the best luck, I guess. I've had quite a few police officers on the street, but it's decent. I need to have 50 of these, and then we can get out of here.
They're really funny cop ones. I remember on your YouTube channel seeing Space Cop, which is actually, I think, around this area. It's kind of like suddenly appeared from the sky.
Oh, you mean the
car?
You mean the? Oh crap! Got 2 wanted stars accidentally. Wasn't paying attention. There's a paint spray nearby anyway, so if you accidentally get 2 wanted stars, or if you purposefully get 2 wanted stars, sometimes you actually do want to get it. Then you can just drive to the paint spray here and get rid of them. The only downside is that the police cars tend to kind of hang around here for a short while. So unless they actually drive off, you need to stay out of their range. But that's not too big of a deal. Just going to do the last couple of deals here, and then we're done.
Somebody in chat wants to know what your YouTube channel is.
It's just my real name, Adam Kudrzynski.
Alright, for those just turning in, this is Awesome Games Done Quick 2014, raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, the only non-profit organization in the U.S. devoted to cancer prevention and early detection. Right now we're finishing up with GTA Vice City, run by Adam AK. Coming up next is Super Mario Galaxy 2 by Yoshi Fan.
Police officer in front of me. I lost the wanted star as he was running towards me, so he just kind of changed his mind.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh,
can't be bothered. Coffee break.
Oh, but yeah.
Okay, so that's cherry poppers done. I'm just going to bail out of this this car in a moment, because I don't need it anymore. And that triggers the mission ending. Okay, so that's the last asset. Now there's just 2 last missions left that are actually story related, because all these assets they're kind of random, right? They've got their own sub stories and such, but they're not directly related to the main storyline. And now
they're kind of related in the sense that it's supposed to represent you taking over the city.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, the story was in this game that that you got screwed over during this drug deal at the start of the game, and that you have to retrieve the money, and that you have to pay back your family, so to say, because they kind of blame you for losing that money. But in the end, you end up building this whole empire, and you end up accumulating all these assets and raising a whole lot of cash as well. And they don't really like that, so they send these collectors to take over these assets from you.
Yeah, it's like some focus or something is basically just demanding a cut of
exactly
your new action.
Exactly, they basically want to have some. They want to profit from what you're doing here.
It's kind of cool. I remember playing this casually, you kind of lose focus on what the main story is, because it just seems like you're twatting around in Vice City and just doing whatever the hell you want. But in a speedrun like in a speedrun like this, it actually flows really well, because you can actually kind of see so just like doing jobs first of all to figure out what's happened to the money, trying to understand what's happened, how the deal go wrong, and then through it he ends up basically taking over the city.
And essentially killing off the rest of his family as well, and becoming a bigger player in the whole criminal scene. So these guys always go towards fixed assets. They always go towards Boatyard first, and then I think next up would be Sunshine Autos. I'm not actually sure in all missions because I tend to just kill them all before they even reach Boatyard. This is unlucky, by the way, I had bad traffic. I ram into them, knock them off their bikes, and then just drive over them. That's the easiest way. The alternative would be to try and shoot them off their bikes, you know, do kind of drive-by, but that's just awkward. These guys, on this third biker, and also last bike, they tend to fall off the bike on their own. It's just some kind of bad routing. And they crash into this wooden pole here, usually. I'm going to see if it happens again. There you go. They fall off. I just drive over them, and that's mission passed. 30,000 all of a sudden. You know, all these early missions, they pay you $100, and now you're suddenly getting 30,000. Nevertheless, I've only got 84,000 left. So yeah, most of the money was actually spent on all these assets and such. All these expensive assets.
You're practically a poverty mafia boss.
Come again?
You're basically a poverty mafia boss.
In a sense, yeah, because it's not like I've got that much money.
Yeah.
You know what I've never tried is running out of money before doing this last mission. Kind of wonder what happened then.
No, you don't.
So this is a very last phone call from Kent Paul, who's panicking because, you know, he's heard that Sonny, aka this family member of Tommy, is coming over to take over everything and to perhaps eliminate them as well. And the very last phone call will be Lance calling in saying that something's gone wrong and that I need to get over here ASAP. And then it turns out that Lance is actually the betrayer. And that he's trying to sell me out to...
Spoiler alert.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know, it's crazy. Okay, so this mission is actually a bit of a joke, because we've discovered that if you simply stand still here and don't move at all, pretty much nothing should make it inside the mansion. Nobody will try and attack you. Sometimes a couple of units do get through, but when you play this normally, when you play this casually, you probably walk around a bit and, you know, try to cover all the exits. And then you encounter, you know, a few dozen enemies, but if you just do this, and think, well, there's one guy here. They're actually coming through. But only a handful. It's just two of them. Like
right, they're using an attack formation on you.
Yeah, ironically, one of the last missions is also the easiest one, because the odds of something going wrong during this one are minimal. There's hardly anything attacking you here, until Lance shows up.
Plus you have replenishing health.
Yes, that too. There's health down there, there's armor in another section, and once I've killed off Lance and triggered the second half of this mission, I get full armor and full health again. You know, kind of unlikely to actually die here. So there's actually going to be enemy spawns now. I always shoot Lance one time there just to chase him away, and then I kill off these guys, because they're a bit of a pain in the arse later on. And then I just chase Lance, who teleports away if you get too close to him. There might be one gang member up here. There he is. Every time. What's up? What are you...
Lance, is that the Lance Vance dance?
What is he... Do I have my chainsaw?
Lance, please.
Dancing.
I've lost my chainsaw.
He's doing the Running Man.
What? All right, so...
Has that ever happened before, Adam?
No, that's never happened before.
Yay!
Marathon luck.
At the end of the run. It doesn't matter much anyways. It doesn't really cost me any time, because I have to wait for these guys to spawn in the end.
Shout out to Lance Vance and his dance.
Yeah. So
Lance
now,
Vance.
now Sonny shows up. I've already killed off Lance, and now I'm just going to shoot Sonny. Technically, timing ends after the credits, because that's when you see the last mission pass screen. It's about 1.5 minutes of a difference between like me losing control and you know, the actual time ending. So I guess time. 3:03:26. Okay, cool.
I know there's a lot of ridiculous random stuff that can happen. Like Lance, for instance. you know, eagle-eyed viewers may have spotted that.
Yeah.
What's your best time for this run?
Our best time is 2:56:27. And that one's very optimal. I had good luck there throughout pretty much all the missions, and yeah, I mean there were basically zero issues with that run. I think maybe like 1 or 2 missions can actually be done a bit faster, and the rest was quite optimal already. And here I had some typical bad luck, you know, during Copland, for instance, the door was blocked off, or what else was there? Cherry Poppers was not that fast, for instance. There's a whole bunch of small stuff. Most of it is not even that noticeable, but once you've done quite a few runs, you do see the differences between all these missions and times. But yeah, that was Vice City. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm looking at the camera directly now because I can ignore the screen. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is going to be awesome, so stick around for that if you can. Even if you can't, make sure that you can. Make it possible, make it so. And thanks to everybody on the account here. You were wonderful to have around as well. And perhaps I'll see you guys in my own stream, or if not, then at a future AGDQ.
By the way, Adam, chat says Kappa.
Kappa to you too. And tender love. All right. So let's set up for the next game then, shall we?
All right, congrats Adam AK on a great run for a great game. He's setting up for Mario Galaxy 2 right now by Yoshi Fan.
Thanks.
Do them all now. Do them all now. Yeah.
Alright, so I'm taking the Vice City selfie then. It's not a selfie. Oh, yeah. No, we have. Oh, yeah. We're taking this to the next level. Usually he does. When we get ready to me, whenever you're done.
We're good to go? Right.
Yep.
Do you want to get Ryan and get a picture of myself?
I want to get a picture of yourself here.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this. I guess the microphones are turned off so nobody understands what we're doing. Perfect. Do you want a picture of you?
Oh yeah, can I? Right. Actually, can I get a picture of me and the Adam AK?
Oh, you most certainly get one of those. Hang on, give me 1 second then. Need to turn on auto rotate.
Okay.
While we're setting up and everyone's taking photos of the great event.
So if you guys want to see a picture of a selfie of me and Adam AK after the selfie, there you are. That's what we look like. Just in case you're wondering.
We got a $50 donation from Gerard. Comment is thanks for the great Saturday afternoon entertainment. Love from the UK. We love you too. $100 from Drenme. Hi guys, really enjoyed this week. Probably the best way to beat cancer is not getting it, which makes prevention the perfect cause. Thanks for being awesome.
It just like calls all of heaven to angel up. It helps you wearing a white shirt. I had a bunch of you. Adam was supposed to. Yeah, I didn't bring them out.
$50 from Ant-Man S1. This is going toward the perfect run for Super Mario Galaxy 2. Love the AGDQ marathon.
Can we stack something on top?
Hang on. Right, let's play Tender Love Buckaroo. So the rules of Tender Love Buckaroo is simple. Alright, let me get you heavy with this last one. Okay, go back.
Alright, just put something.
Chat, remember to donate now so we can put more stuff on it. What's this? Oh.
Runs over. Yeah. Clear out.
All right. I was making sure when you woke up, you didn't dislodge the laptop.
That's fine.
You need to clear out.
That's enough $10 for one day.
No, because the noise definitely came out of this TV.
That's a lot of money.
Right, $50 from Nolinkino.
You guys should donate this much money.
When I was little, I lost my grandfather to cancer. He was older when he got it, and he probably would have lived a couple more years if he didn't, but it was still time lost with his loved ones. What you're doing is just awesome. Also, let's get the perfect run going. Much love from Sweden. I'll give an update on that perfect run. Perfect run is currently at 8,331 out of 15,000, so about $7,000 more dollars to get that perfect run going.
When does time run out? What's the cutoff?
Yeah. Anybody know the cutoff? Perfect. Yoshi.
Final hit on Bowser.
The cutoff for the perfect run donations would be the final hit on the final Bowser fight. $15 from Squawky. Thank you for the $15 donation and an amazing week at Agdq. Please put this towards Runner's Choice. Shoutouts to everyone involved, from donators to event organizers to cancer survivors and speedrunners. We've all banded together this week for a probable cause. Anonymous $20 donation. Could I afford it? I'd have given 10 times this, but injuries kept me from work and pay for a month. It would be remiss, however, not to donate to this Herculean effort. Thanks to all the runners and associates who made this event possible, as well as the Prevent Cancer Foundation itself. You are the sorts of people who make the world worth saving. Thank you very much. Another $50 anonymous donation. My mom recently beat stage 4 breast cancer, and I'm sure I donated money helped fund research that ultimately saved her life. Thank you much for doing this, and thank you all to donate. We have a bit of a Mario block starting up here with Super Mario Galaxy 2 by Yoshi Fan, followed up by Paper Mario, Super Mario 64, and then Luigi's Mansion. During those first 3 games, so Mario Galaxy 2 to Mario 64, we have a Luma plushie, Mario Brothers cast poster, and Mario pendant set available for donation prizes. And for those just coming in, this is AGDQ, Awesome Games Done Quick 2014, hosted by SDA Speed Demos Archive, the premier site for high-quality video game speedrun videos, and SRL, Speedruns Live, which is the best site to race video games against others at any skill level. We are raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Currently, we have raised a total of $671,000. Give a list of shout-outs to the Yeti for their usual line of AGDQ t-shirts available at theyeti.com/SDA, to GameSpot for the cameras they've donated to give us our high-quality stream, to Twitch, where we are streaming the marathon on, and of course to PCF for providing us with all kinds of things and for supporting us very well. Also like to thank Mr. MV for the French restream and EXE_DE for the German restream.
See if this is good.
You try the front.
He left it here to be used.
I put in my SD card already, so. All right. I'm gonna check the bait tool real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Test. Hello. Hear me?
Hi.
we do a roll call for who's on camera right now?
Yeah, I'm Yoshi fan.
I Eat Your Pie.
I'm Marsh.
Alright, I'm just checking my Bank Toad star bits, so that should be alright. Yeah, one last thing I need. I'm not sure how I look on stream, but I've been practicing in widescreen all this time. I'm fine with it being a standard TV, but widescreen can change things such as the timing of moving platforms, because basically, like a lot of moving objects in the game, they only advance their cycles when they're on screen. So
Super Mario Galaxy.
Right, we have a $30 donation from anonymous donator. Second donation, I think what you guys are doing here is awesome. My little cousin was taken early from us, and as a sickle cell anemia patient, I've spent a good deal of time in hospitals and clinics, so I've seen firsthand how many people this horrible disease actually affects. Something needs to be done to lower these numbers. I implore everyone to follow Steed and donate. Thank you very much, anonymous donator.
Is the widescreen fine for the stream and stuff? Because like you might want to stretch it if you want to make it look optimal.
There's a live screen option for the computer setup for it.
We don't have a
Just go to computer setup and I'll pop up. No,
computer setup is showing desktop. We can.
There should be a live screen setup for it.
Should just be one of the scenes in OBS.
Have a $100 anonymous donation in honor of Uber Goose's Graham, Ann Latehead. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Spike's asleep. Spike is definitely asleep.
Other than that, I'm ready whenever.
So this is all that you see, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing. We're seeing exactly what's on here up there.
It's totally free up there.
It looks like it.
Okay.
Yeah,
We do need to switch the TV into.
Oh, I'm fine with this, personally.
Okay, it doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks weird, but that's why he's playing it on the TV, so it's not right. Yeah.
Okay. So on your mark, Yoshi.
All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. So this game starts out with like maybe about a 3-minute intro. There's not too much going on, but there's a couple of neat tricks. That long jump over the pipe is a little bit precise, but. So if you jump off that slope like the first 2 or 3 frames that you land on it, then you get a pretty nice boost like that. Slopes work quite differently between Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2. Galaxy 1 actually allows you to climb up slopes infinitely by repeatedly spinning on them, whereas Galaxy 2 doesn't allow you as much freedom, but you can get some pretty nice jumps off of slopes. So you'll be seeing a few more levels of slopes later. Yeah, so this category is any percent, also known as a 71 star. And so basically you have to get 70 stars to unlock the final level. And unlike Mario 64, it's not just like a door that you're skipping, but it's just an in-game trigger that on the world map that is unlocked when you get 70 stars. So as far as we know, there's no conceivable way to skip that trigger. And basically, so you unlock that final Bowser level, and then from the final Bowser level, you also get 1 star. So you end up with 71 stars at the end. Yeah, so from that intro, I didn't actually get a star, but this is the first level with a star in it. Oh, that's fine. So you notice that wall jumps are pretty powerful in this game because you have the spin. So basically you can follow a wall jump with a spin to reverse your momentum, and that allows you to climb up a single wall. All right, this part is a bit tricky. Okay. So you can also take a different route through that planet and then ride a platform to the Comet Medal, which is probably 1 or 2 seconds slower than what I just did. If you do my strategy like perfectly, then you could save like 4 seconds, but that typically doesn't happen. All right. This first boss can actually be a bit tricky to do well. I should have slowed him down to start it, but that's fine. Okay, the second part went well. So something not too many people might know is that you can ground pound Pee-wee Piranha to break his shell instantly. Normally you need to spin his shell like 2 or 3 times. I mean, that's what most people figure to do. But the ground pound works, and it's like almost certainly intended.
One of the nice things about SMG2 also is at the end of each level, it gives you individual time. So if you're looking to practice it on an individual level basis, it's really great with the in-game timer.
Yeah, I got 2 minutes, 1 second for that level, which is pretty good.
Received a $50 donation from Timu. Thank you for supporting this important matter. I've been following the event this week and have seen some great runs like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. My family has a history with cancer and I have a high risk of getting it, so here's my contribution to this event. Thank you very much.
So there aren't too many cutscenes like this in the game. This is one of them though. So. This game does have a somewhat long downtime between each star. Like, probably around 1 minute between stars, but the levels are also longer, so it's kind of like you have somewhat long stretches of downtime, but you also have somewhat long levels compared to Mario 64 and possibly Sunshine.
We do have a donation incentive challenge for this game for Yoshi Fan to run Star 242, which is the perfect run. We are currently at $88,600 out of the $15,000 goal. You can keep putting your money towards that until the final hit on the final Bowser fight.
Alright. That chomp can be a bit tricky sometimes. If you miss it once, then you have to start improvising a bit. You can sometimes avoid that extra life with a particular kind of wall jump, but it's very likely that I get another extra life later in the run anyway. So skipping that dialogue isn't really a thing you would expect to do. The dialogue that says you got an extra life is what I'm talking about.
So there's actually a fairly subtle time saver that Yoshi Fan does every time he lands from a launch star. It's called a landing cancel, and there are two ways to do it. The most reliable way is to go into first person as soon as you land from the launch star, and then cancel it out with the A button. This isn't always possible though. At the start of Galaxies and just some launch stars where you land in a place you don't have control over the camera. And in these situations, the only way he can do it is by jumping on the frame that he lands, which he usually will go for, but it's not always reliable. So sometimes he'll get those and sometimes he won't.
Yeah, this isn't really a game about like frame perfect tricks, but the landing cancel with a jump is one of them. Sometimes the timing for a jump landing cancel varies a little bit as well, which also makes it tricky.
$20 anonymous donation. Hey Yoshi, just want to say what a great cause this is and wish you a great run. SMG2 is the best.
Thank you. But yeah, jump landing cancels are always frame perfect, but the frame that you need to press A on varies, like relative to the moment that you actually land. So you can't always say that it's like 2 frames before you see the landing dust, although that is a common timing, but sometimes it's like 1 frame or 3 frames instead. All right. So this level can be kind of tricky, and we'll see why shortly. All right, so we got Yoshi here. And there is a trick to flutter repeatedly with Yoshi. Kind of looks like this. All right, this is actually one of the more difficult tricks in the game. There we go.
Nice.
All right. All right. So as you might notice, due to the fact that I speedrun this game, I'm not the most faithful of Yoshi fans. Just a disclaimer there. If it's any consolation, if you drop Yoshi into a pit, Yoshi actually warps back to safety with some kind of egg teleport or something. So Yoshi doesn't actually fall down all the way. It's not an excuse, it's just like, just so you know. Okay, so that went pretty smoothly. The last planet can also be a little bit tricky. Something that people used to do on that last planet was climb it without Yoshi, which it does look pretty impressive, but it's actually 4 seconds slower than climbing it with Yoshi. So that's a pretty good time. All right, so the way that the Yoshi flutter works, normally after you flutter, you have like after your flutter ends, you have like a 1 second-ish cooldown before you can start another flutter. And that prevents you from like maintaining your height, or especially like it prevents you from gaining height. But with Yoshi, you can crouch in midair, and that actually cancels your flutter animation as well as the flutter cooldown. So if you crouch cancel before the flutter ends, then you can immediately start another flutter. So that's what's going on there. And that allows you to flutter very rapidly and maintain or gain height. You can also do a spin to accelerate a bit better initially. That one isn't too bad, although the angle can be kind of weird for beginners. But this is one of the most important flutters that I just did because it cuts off a ton of the level. Like, it's probably close to a minute. Alright, very important trick here. Actually, this trick is, as far as I know, completely useless, but yeah, Yoshi can slide around like that. Alright, that was fine. So this little trick on the boss allows me to get the third hit more quickly. Basically just make sure you get both of the spinies there. Spit one and then grab the other spiny before the second hit connects, because it disappears as soon as the second hit connects.
$5 donation from Boom Bassa Boom. Best GDQ to date. Never have I laughed, cried, and gasped as much as I have during this marathon. Put this paltry donation towards the perfect run. Every little bit helps.
So here you'll be seeing the first of Mario's power-ups. This level features the spin drill. So go up here.
So that triple jump right there skipped him going around to the other side of the planet and drilling through the planet to get around to that Luma.
Alright, so that move I just did there is, oh well, I got on top of the pillar. Nice. So the first move I did there was a spin stomp, basically. So basically you spin and then press Z shortly after, and then you do a ground pound, which starts with a spin animation, and that lets you home into objects such as a spin drill power-up itself. And when you hit an object like that, you actually get a boost. You just have to wait for this guy. Okay, so here. Alright, so I just skipped his dialogue here by going into first person so he couldn't talk to me right away, and then I shot him with a star bit to stun me. That saves like a couple seconds. It does save like your level. It does save seconds on level time as well, if that's what you're asking. Alright, so okay, well he jumped away from me, which is not good luck. So basically the direction that he jumps in is random. And you want it to jump toward you because if you get under him, then like that, then he jumps up right away, which saves a little bit of time. It's fine.
$20 anonymous donation. Hello people, sending you greetings from Germany. Watching Agdq since the first marathon. Thanks for completely destroying my daily schedule twice a year with your cool runs. Thank you very much for the donation.
Yeah, so at the end I forgot to toss away all my star bits. The reason I want to do that is because of this dialogue right here, which, like, every time it appears, it costs like a second, you know. But if I don't if I finish with no star bits, then that dialogue that says you got some star bits doesn't appear. Now, the reason that I don't need to get star bits in the levels is because I'm going to use the bank toad for all my star bit needs. The bank toad isn't unlocked until like 7 stars, I believe. But basically, with the bank toad, you can deposit star bits in one file and then withdraw them in another file. So what I'm doing here is kind of a new game plus in SDA terms. So I'm using a different file to deposit star bits, and then in this file, I'm going to withdraw those same star bits. And I'm going to use those star bits to unlock Hungry Luma galaxies. So this is always a fun level. Good use of backward momentum in a lot of places here. There's a bunch of ways to get through that section. That's just one of them. All right. This part can be a bit tricky sometimes. You can get squashed and killed instantly by those blocks if they fall on you. But that strategy works out pretty well. It's also not like totally optimal, but that's the safest way that I've learned how to do it, basically. All right. A star grab can be a bit weird because you have to like fall into the 2D section from 3D, and first of all, it takes a variable amount of time for whatever reason, and okay, that's a very good time for me. And second of all, like you don't always fall the same amount into that 2D section, so you might just fall down without grabbing the star, and then you have to try something like wall jump up or just go another cycle around that end section. Oh, okay. So if you're going for a secret star, or I think it's called a hidden star in this game, then you can skip the intro cutscenes because you've already seen them. Basically, this is like the same star scenario as the first star, so it's the same cutscenes. But on most stars in this game, you have to watch the opening cutscenes.
$10 donation from Thomas Clint. Hi guys, this is for getting the 1 star I never had the patience to get. Good luck.
You can get like 14 in that one if you're literally perfect with it. That's not something I would expect to do. 13 is more reasonable though. I got 12 remaining for those of you who didn't see.
Yeah, one thing that makes those box puzzles or challenges a little bit tricky, which Yoshi Fan explained to me earlier this week, is actually that your fireballs don't come from Mario's center. They actually come from Mario's right hand. So if you try to line it up based on like just where your center is, it's pretty easy to miss a few of the shots.
Speaking of that perfect run, we are at $9,072 for that, out of $15,000 goal, so about $6,000 more before the final hit on the final Bowser battle to get that.
If anyone doesn't know what the perfect run is, it's basically a really long level that basically has 6 or 7 very challenging sections using some of the harder to control mechanics in the game. And the whole time, you can only take 1 hit the entire way. There are no checkpoints throughout the entire level. It basically requires Yoshi Fan to play about as close to perfect as this game can demand for a good 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, when I was practicing the perfect run, it was taking about 3.5 minutes. So. I don't plan to do the perfect run like totally optimally for the record. My main goal would be to survive, but I try not to make it too slow as well. Alright, so you need 100 coins to feed this guy. And he takes you to a hidden star. Even though you have to give him all those coins, but the star is still relatively short. All right. That's fine. Whoa, okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, basically I'm pressing Z and spinning a lot in rapid succession, so it's sometimes easy to accidentally ground pound like that. So basically, what I was doing there, you can crouch to cancel your cloud making animation. And so you do that like right after your spin, ideally, so that you can start your next move right away, which in most cases is a backflip. It takes some getting used to get like the rhythm down.
Right, $25 donation from Triforce. Love watching these expert platforming skills here. It's given me a lot of respect for the Mario Galaxy control mechanics. I wish I had time to watch the whole thing, but good luck to you on this run and everyone else on their runs. You've done good, Agdq. $22 donation from Suyo Greetings from Germany. I should be productive, but these runs are too entertaining. Shout out to the competitive Team Fortress 2 community.
Alright. I didn't actually need that spin because that's a pretty good distance. Yeah, so one reason why that huge shortcut works, for whatever reason, oops. Oh,
no.
Okay, that's relatively bad actually. But yeah. Alright, so one reason why that huge shortcut works, basically when you jump off of a cloud, and you are above a bottomless pit, then your jump has a lot more speed than usual for whatever reason. So normally you wouldn't be able to jump that far with a long jump. Of course, the other thing is that when you have the cloud power up, you're just more floaty. Okay, there we go.
So one trick he actually showed off there was if you make a cloud while you're on the ground and you cancel that animation out, you actually keep enough momentum to do a long jump immediately, and you can actually get a large amount of height off of that long jump because you actually get a boost from the cloud that you just made. So he used that to get more height than he could have from even like a backflip. And that helped him climb up to that tree very quickly.
$30 donation from Christopher Wall. MLSTRM here. This is the first marathon I've caught live and it's been amazing. I've lost a family member due to cancer recently and several other people I know are currently fighting it, so this cause hits close to home. Good luck on the run, Yoshi fan. Hopefully that World 6 practice will pay off. Goes to Runner's Choice. And, alright.
Thank you, Maelstrom. Yeah, so Maelstrom actually runs Mario Galaxy 1. There's actually been a decent amount of interest in Galaxy 1 lately, which hasn't happened until recently, so it's pretty cool. No, actually, so first of all, you can only switch to Luigi like freely after you beat the final Bowser level, which is the goal of this run. So the only way I can get Luigi in a level is to see him at the beginning of a level, talk to him to switch to him, and then he also talks to you after a level is complete, which wastes around 20 seconds each time you switch to Luigi. And that only allows you to switch to Luigi for one level. So that ends up not being worth it in any of the levels he is for it. Alright, so there's a few different strategies for this guy. Most of the fast ones involve hitting weak spots when he's in the air like that. Oh, that's fine. So I also hit one weak spot when this phase starts. And so I'm gonna lead him in one direction, and that basically makes him snake closely around the planet so that I can reach those weak spots more easily. That second part is particularly important to get right, otherwise you lose a fair bit of time. Alright, so that was a pretty good World 1 other than that one fluffy bluff death, but I'll take it because I didn't die on the Yoshi flutter. Basically, with especially with Yoshi's Star. This game doesn't exactly start off easy with the run. It gets going pretty quickly.
$50 donation from NiffyGirl1200. So glad that the charity stream has gotten so much support this year and glad to be helping out. $5 from Jordan Davidson. My 2-year anniversary with my girlfriend is coming up and I want to dedicate this money to her. Also, come on guys, let's get this 242 perfect star run met. Congratulations, you two. $10 from Johnny Dehan. Hey guys, keep up the great work for a great cause. SMG2 rocks. Greetings from London. $50 from Greg R. The total amount raised is so astonishing. I've really been looking forward to Yoshi Fan's Galaxy 2 run. It's been extremely solid so far. Let's prevent cancer. And a question for Yoshi Fan. For running, do you prefer Galaxy 1 or Galaxy 2?
Actually, I've run both Galaxy 1 and 2 quite a bit, and it's quite hard for me to pick a favorite because there's a lot of things I like about both. Like, maybe it's because I ran Galaxy 1 first, but I'm quite fond of a lot of the levels in there. At the same time, there are a lot of neat mechanics in Galaxy 2 that I like. Alright, that's very good. So, I don't often get up there without a wall jump, but I just did. So that saves a bit.
$5 from Tiger Lily Snape. Awesome job for an awesome cause. Can't wait to hear I Ate Your Pie, and now we'll talk about Paper Mario. That'll be coming up next. I'm going for that Luma plushie to make my life complete. $20 from David Long. I really don't have the money for this, but I gotta throw it in there anyway.
Nice.
Keep it up, guys.
Alright, so that was a double ground pound, which happens sometimes on this planet because the gravity is really weird here.
Yeah, basically on this little planet, like all the gravity from all the puzzles kind of affects you individually. So before you solve it, the gravity can do a lot of weird things. Like you saw during one of the ground pounds, he jumped straight up and ground pounded, and he ended up actually hitting the wrong surface somehow. So we're not entirely sure what causes the double ground pound, but it seems to be the same kind of thing.
Yeah. It might be a good time to mention some of the other runners who run this game. So the record holder is Nemi, who's been working on this game for a very long time. He started off working on individual levels, and after that he practiced for many months, and even though he had relatively little competition, he set a very, very solid record on this game about 2 years ago, I think. So his record of 3 hours, 11 minutes stands to this day. So he's also come up with a lot of strategies for this run, basically, and so most of my strategies are like 90% based off of his. Like, in turn, he also got a lot of strategies from other individual level runners. Basically, the competition for this game started out as individual levels. Some of the more prominent level runners include Nemi, Pack Attack, and there's also a lot of people who found various tricks in this game, such as Logitech SDAC and Paraxade as well. Paraxade found a lot of very interesting tricks, like very shortly after the game came out. I'll point out at least one of those later.
Nice.
So yeah, that works because when Yoshi is running with the dash pepper on a slope, like on an upward slope, then if you dismount at that time, then you get a huge boost. It's somewhat similar to Sonic the Hedgehog physics, where if you jump off a steep upward slope, you go really high.
$10 from Angelique. Greetings from Germany. I love you, Mario. And a $5 anonymous donation. Greetings. This is awesome. Hopefully we can meet the Galaxy 2 242 star bid. Can't donate more. Sorry. Every little bit is appreciated.
All right. So in this particular star, I'm gonna collect 15 coins and feed the hungry Luma. So there is a trick with these enemies here that you might not know. They can, okay, someone's gonna get this coin. Basically, you can get coins from those guys only if you shoot them with a star bit first, and then defeat them. Whoa, where'd that guy's shell go? Alright, that's fine. So basically, swimming with spins and swimming with a shell are pretty much equally fast. Although you have to do a bit more exercise if you have to swim with spins. It's also a bit trickier to steer. So I would have preferred a shell here, but since I got those coins, it's all good. Yeah, that's another way to do it. It's like, I think optimally it's about equally fast. Yeah, getting a shell or not getting a shell, at the beginning I found is roughly the same. Alright, so what I'm doing here is, I got the coins, but I'm not going to the Hungry Luma Star just yet. Also, this depth perception can be a bit weird. All right. Whoa, I'm off scene right now. All right, that should be good. All right, so the reasoning behind that route is the switch to freeze the lake is basically it's not far from the Comet Meadow, and then the Comet Meadow is not far from a bunch of coins, so you might as well get those underwater coins on the same trip that you get the ice switch, and the ice switch means that you might as well get the star I just got. So the result is that if you feed the coins to the Hungry Luma and get the frozen waterfall star, as opposed to like doing the obvious way, which is getting the coins and then going to the Star Bunny star. It saves a few seconds. So now we just need to get to that Hungry Luma launch star again. I'll also be taking a couple of star bits, which you'll see why later.
$100 donation from Ronan. Waited until the end because I don't know why, but donating money to a great cause in exchange for great entertainment is a total no-brainer. Love the runs, love the commentary, and love the parts of the marathon I've been able to watch. Thanks for all of this. $10 from Varial. First time watching AGDQ, it's been awesome. Great cause and great runs, keep going. Greetings from Holland.
Alright. Oops. Alright. In this case.
Let's kill him.
Okay, so what I was trying to do there is shoot the bunny with a star pit, which allows me to catch him without freezing the water. Fortunately, there aren't many Star Bunny stars in this run. There's a few more in Galaxy 1, and generally they are all a pain to do. Alright, so the reason I'm doing Boulder Bowl now, I could have done it earlier, but basically this stage unlocks the rock mushroom in the Starship Mario's engine room. And then so after you complete this level, you get sent down to the engine room. But when I have 15 stars, I unlock something else, which is a letter from the mail toad. So if I overlap those events, oops. Right. When I overlap those events, I get sent into the engine room, and then I get sent back out to talk to the mail toad, so I don't have to traverse out of the engine room. So it saves roughly 8 seconds, as far as I remember. Alright, this jump can be kind of tricky. Oh, okay, that was a bad angle, I think. I should have stuck to the original camera there. I was like shuffling around trying to change it.
So what he's trying to do with this trick, basically, you're only supposed to be able to get a small jump while rolling with this power-up. But for some reason, if you spin shortly after jumping, you can actually get a boosted jump. And that boost is enough for him to jump from here to one of the planets that you get to later on in the level.
There we go.
Nice.
You can do another much more precise one to skip that purple crystal, but I've only gotten it a few times. But yeah, the jump that I did get saves a lot of time, because normally you have to get to this planet where you have to defeat like 15 to 20 Octumba enemies, which takes pretty much forever. I'm not sure about that. It probably broke roughly even, if I had to guess. Alright, so getting behind this guy allows you to skip triggering his rolling attack. But it can be kind of tricky to do. Basically because he's trying to chase you while you're trying to chase him. So it can be kind of like a confusing dynamic. At least I got the last hit. You can jump to extend the end of your roll to catch him a bit more easily, which is what I did there. But you have to be lined up for that to work.
Yeah, there are a couple of ways that you can do that fight that make it a little easier to get him in one roll each time, but you have to run longer before starting your roll anyways, so it doesn't really save time to do it those ways.
A $30 donation from EU. When you're speedrunning Mario Galaxy, you gotta plan it. Putting this money towards seeing my most hated star just taken apart. And $50 from Me Gots This. This is for completing that star I never got. Thanks Agdq to waking me up for Super Mario Galaxy 2. Maybe one day I'll get that 242nd star after getting all the previous 241.
Alright, so here's where I get star bits from that are deposited from other files. So for the Hungry Luma stars I'm going to get, I need about that much. I'm actually getting about 5,000 star bits for all the Hungry Lumas, but there's 150 star bits that, at least, that come for free. Because when you complete certain stars, you get letters from a mysterious person that each contain 50 star bits, and there should be 3 of them in this run.
$50 from anonymous donator. The perfect run sounds interesting. Half my donation goes to Pie's choice on what to do with Wacka. I believe Pie decided to kill Wacka. $50 from Nemi. Woke up extra early to catch Yoshi Fan's run. Wishing him good luck on the run and donating towards the perfect run challenge.
Thank you, Nemi.
Another 50 from Rage Quit. A bow to Yoshi Fan's Mario skills from Finland. Let's see that perfect run.
Alright, so I think well, probably right side down would, no, actually that's slightly 3D as well. There's got to be some other one that's completely 2D. Upside Dizzy in World 5 is one of them. There's a few. Okay, yeah, so 16 seconds, you can see why I did that star. Basically, so a lot of the routing work in this game just consists of testing a ton of stars, seeing what ends up faster. But you also have to consider the events that happen after each star. Well, such as new characters appearing on the starship. That's one thing you need to consider, and especially new power-ups that appear in the engine room. They'll send you down to the engine room so that you have to get back up. And there's other stars that trigger mail to letters. And later on, you also see comets, which complicate things even more because you have to think about which levels to get comet medals in and how many comet medals you need and so on. But we can explain that once the comet starts appearing.
For those just tuning in, you're watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2014, currently playing Super Mario Galaxy 2 by Yoshi Fan. We're raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, the only U.S. nonprofit organization solely devoted to cancer protection and early devotion. We'll have a research grant for prostate cancer named in our honor. We, being Speed Demos Archive, the premier site for high-quality speedrunning videos, and Speedruns Live, the best site for racing games of any skill level.
Wow. So yeah, health management in this level is key because there's quite a few lava boosting tricks. Alright, so there are definitely faster ways to get this comet medal, but it's a little bit slow there, so I had to wait for the Whomp to get out of the way and stuff.
When you get hit by lava, you become invisible to everything that isn't lava? I noticed you went through the laser.
I believe so, yeah. Well, except for getting crushed by stuff like the Whomp, but yeah. Alright. So we got that. So that's the reason I need the life mushroom that I got at the beginning, because that trick requires at least 4 health, and it's about 3 seconds better than the alternative, which only requires 3 health. All right, so the Bowser fights aren't quite as interesting as the ones in Galaxy 1, but there's still a little bit to explain.
$25 from Geminius. Another $25 from me for the perfect run. Let's make it happen. Also, I really want that plushie. $5.28 from Kradoom. I wish I could have donated more for this great cause, but this is all the money I have left on my PayPal for the Steam Winter Sale. I want to thank all the runners and great people who made Agdq 2014 possible. I love you all. $10 from Corey Cubed. Awesome stream this year as always. Wife and I love Mario Galaxy, so I had to get a donation in for the Luma plushie of the 242 run. More coming later from Wind Waker HD. Good luck on the urn, Yoshi fan. Gotta go fast.
Alright, so this Fire Breath attack, the only thing is that you want to pay attention to where it ends, because that's where he'll start aiming his next punch. And if you're standing where he's beginning to aim his punch, then he'll punch immediately. It's a bit more important in this fight than the others, because Bowser's aiming AI is a little bit wonky in this fight. Like, he won't really go directly toward you for whatever reason. Alright. But the most important thing is to just not miss the meteors, because if you miss one, then you lose quite a bit of time. Because he has to do like another cycle of attacks. So this is the first Bowser level out of 3. Although this isn't quite 1/3 into the run, because we only have 17 stars, I believe.
An update on the Perfect Run donation incentive. We are currently at $9,967 out of $15,000. So almost to that $10,000 mark, a little bit over $5,000 left to go on that, and we've got until the final hit on the final Bowser battle. A $20 anonymous donation. I've had a lot of fun watching Agdq this week. I'm a big fan of Super Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 and learning a lot watching Yoshi fans run. Thank you everyone at Agdq and SDA for your hard work this week. And $20 from Krellian. Just checking in on the AM shift this weekend. Hope everyone's well. Great job, guys. Let's keep it up. Let's get that star 242.
Alright, so you'll be seeing a lot more cloud boosting action in this stage. It can be tricky to get right, but it looks pretty good when it is done well. For this second cloud flower right here. So the idea there is to use your first cloud before you. Okay, who didn't see that coming? All right. So the idea is to use your first cloud before you touch this cloud flower. So essentially I get 4 clouds because I just got refilled after using the first one. This music is perfectly accurate. Alright, so if you're wondering, so it just got the music from the Silver Stars over the Poison Pond area for whatever reason, even though I didn't get particularly close to that area. I might want to restart that.
$10 from Kaike. You guys rock. Keep up the good work for this great cause and good luck for the perfect run, Yoshi fan. Greetings from Spain.
Pretty sure it's not me. Alright, so you can actually get through these crushers even after getting the Column Medal in the early cycle. But you have to position your clouds pretty well to do that.
$30 from Javeman. Greetings from Chile. Good luck on Super Mario Galaxy 2, one of the best games ever. Hope you can do a perfect 242 star run. $50 from Unforgiven 215. Love the Super Mario Galaxy 2 run so far. Wanted to donate to support this great cause. I lost my grandfather recently, so I know the pain of losing someone close to you. $100 from Saturn. Great cause, great event, great people. I wish I had time to watch more of the runs. Special shout out to the nice folks in the QuakeNet IRC channel.
Morning, sunshine.
Morning.
You got the one with no clip. That's what you get for being late, Spike.
I just hold.
Alright. So for whatever reason, if you throw a fireball from around there, hitting the Goomba statue on that first fireball is surprisingly consistent. Like, it's not perfectly consistent, but for what it is, it works pretty well. Okay, so there's no way to speed this game up. Just get the requisite number of points. I think it's like 760. Shout outs to Pack Attack, who has like 1,090 points on this. You gotta watch the video to believe it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so there's a handful of different kinds of patterns you can get from this. You'll see Yoshi fans kind of trying to stay on the outside. Just because the worst thing that can happen here is that you get hit by one of them, and the animation for Mario falling down takes a while. And since you can't speed it up, it's not worth obviously risking that.
All right, I'll bring Spike up to date for the donations.
Okay.
All right, we just passed $676,000 total raised. And as for that perfect star run, we're at $10,974 out of $15,000. The Walker race. Find that. Right now, Killwaka is ahead by about $1,000. So we're gonna be greedy here.
So for this star, Yoshi fan's going to try to get all the way to the Comet Medal in the next area. with just this fire flower. It'll save him a little bit of time having to run around and get another fire flower because Yoshi's pretty crazy. If he doesn't get it, he does have a backup strat that's equally as hard, but we'll see what happens. Okay,
nice.
So we got it. Nice. Coffee for me. Let's put it towards 242.
All right, we have a $20 donation from Bernie J. Thanks to all the runners for making this week a lot less boring. Here's $20 for PCF and Killing Wacko. I lost a lot of family members to cancer last year and hope we can cure this horrible disease in the near future. P.S. Hey, Pi, would you like to double your coins?
So yeah, had Yoshi Fan's fire flower ran out before he got to blowing up the wall in front of the comet medal, he could have still gone around and grabbed that fire flower and then blown up that wall and get all the way to Bowser to blow up the statue to get the star, but the window would have been very tight.
It also would have been like 3 seconds slower, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I have a $616 donation from Anonymous. Put this towards 242 stars. Just can't get enough SMG2. And also a $1,000 anonymous donation.
Wow.
In honor of all the SDA volunteers who give their time, talents, and skills to save lives through cancer prevention and early detection.
There's not a lot you can do about these first couple of sets of paths because they are on a timer, basically. But the couple of paths after this, actually, they come out when you get close enough, for whatever reason. I suppose because they're so long, and so like this one, for instance. I guess because you just at the start of the path come out for a bit, and the path goes on for a little while.
Something else to note about levels like this is that with the introduction scene in every level, that affects the rotation of these paths. So doing this level on an IL is going to be a little bit different than doing it on an actual playthrough of the game. Very nice.
Yeah. There's a lot of safeties you can take on that Yoshi flutter. You'll see a lot of people will land on the ceiling there that he passed over. A lot of people can use the flower that you're intended to use anyways to kind of flip up to it. But Yoshi Fan don't need none of that stuff.
Sometimes I do, but that worked out pretty well. All right, so here is the first comet, and I believe comets start appearing once you've collected 4 stars in World 3. So comets have a few requirements for appearing. One of them is that you have to get the comet medal from that galaxy, and you also have to have a certain number of comet medals total. So if I'm ever collecting a comet medal from a galaxy that doesn't even have a comet, then it's to satisfy a number of comet medals requirement for some other level. So the highest comet medal requirement I'm gonna get is 32 comet medals. I believe that's the Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet comet. So I end up getting almost all the comet medals I come across.
I'd like to give some shout outs to PCF for being very supportive of us and donating food to us as well. GameSpot for donating the cameras that we're using to show everybody what we're doing on the couch there. Our other language restreamers, Mr. MV for the French restream, and now the German restream located at Agdq Streams on Twitch TV.
Again, I'm sure they've already explained it to you guys before, but you could see Yoshi Fan was blowing away all the star bits. That was to avoid the text box showing him he was collecting them, since obviously this is a New Game Plus or Bank Toad run, so he does not need those.
I have a $20 donation from Meeks. I've been loving the stream, and what you guys are doing is amazing. Both the donations to Cancer Foundation and the fantastic speedruns. Keep up the great work.
Oh, there's something minor. I never explained about those star select screens, but when there is a clear star on the star select screen, which is basically like the first star you haven't gotten yet, you can select it by just pointing your pointer away from the screen and pressing A, which is easier than trying to point at something.
So the intended way of this level is you're supposed to use Yoshi and eat the blue fruit, which is allowing you to float up. But you're able to use Mario and the wall jump ability as well as the spins to climb up the tree.
Yeah, it doesn't save any more than like 3 or 4 seconds if you do it perfect, but it does look pretty neat. All right. That cone metal grab that I did there is also kind of tricky.
Have $20 donation from Saucy Video Game God. I want that perfect run. Somebody call Notch. Might not have to call Notch, as we're at 11,358 out of the 15,000 required. And we still got a ways to go with this run, as we're taking donations for that until the final hit on the final Bowser battle.
Yeah, so you saw there he actually ditched Yoshi. It was to make a couple things faster. It was obviously faster to get up to that launch star. And it also allowed him to ground pound through that next area. And since he ditched Yoshi on the last world, he was able to already have him spawned once he got down there.
Right. That was a very good tall trunk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of the trickier stars when you start running this game.
But also one of the coolest as well.
That's probably a personal best on that stage.
Wow, nice.
Nice.
So you can see he's just kind of letting all the prankster comets build up in the earlier worlds, and then he's going to obviously cover those kind of in one trip later.
Yeah, we're actually taking 2 trips to the earlier worlds for comets. The second trip is because a couple of the comets, well, one of the comets and one hidden star aren't unlocked until much later.
A $50 donation. A $50 donation from Dean and Jack. We look forward to this event every year. Pretty great to see so many gamers and friends pulling together for such a good cause. The only things better than these games are the people making all this possible. Keep up the good work. $50 donation from Loveless62. Go, go, go. $50 from Chappie72. My friend Ben Z died a year ago. Although video games are not his passion, he would have been very interested by all your great commentary. Keep up the good work, Tech Crew for life. And $50 from Kyle Kaja. A huge thank you to all the runners at Agdq. It's been a great marathon, and I can't wait for the finale. Good luck to Yoshi Fan on the perfect run.
So this level is just 1 billion long jumps, basically.
Yeah.
And those carpet eaters are also on the sit path as well. That's why Yoshifan was able to go on the side and long jump along the way without taking any risks.
Alright, so after this we're getting the first star in the Beat Block Galaxy right here. And then we're off to World 1 and 2 again to get some Comet stars. Again, I got all these star bits from the Bank Toad.
Nice. Did you guys explain moving around in the lunar mixing?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you can move around in the Luma feeding cutscene, and so in that time I set up a backflip, so that after the cutscene ends, I can just land on the button.
You actually cut it relatively close, because you can actually move far enough to well away with the backflip to where you're not feeding the Hungry Luma anymore.
Yeah, I think it might be just this particular Hungry Luma where the last star bit always comes out a bit late. I'm not sure why that is.
Yeah.
But it always happens.
It makes it to where all of them have a little bit different timings. You can't really just say, okay, when there's 15 left, that's when you do it. Wow.
I wasn't sure about that one. But yeah, it's basically just like, I think the outside walls are the only things that are solid on these blocks.
Whoa. Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was a bit.
Once you collect all 5 silver stars, the blocks get locked into place, whatever they happen to be at that time. So he has to kind of plan the end of grabbing the 5th silver star, what he wants to do there.
And sometimes it can glitch out as well to where it looks like it's locked in on the other one, but it actually isn't. You can fall through.
Oh.
Yeah, I've heard that can happen. It hasn't actually happened to me. Now that I said that.
Where there's no solid ground to stand on?
Or just the pattern changes.
$10 donation from Locke. One more donation to say thank you for an awesome week of entertainment and an awesome amount of good you have all done. Also do a little part in helping see that 242-star perfect run pulled off. Shout out to the Steam Goons.
Hey, a speed run.
Yeah. So this level is basically a shortened version of the regular level, except that you got 20 seconds at the start, but you can collect the green clocks scattered through the level to get 10 seconds from each, like that.
There's a slight routing change here because he doesn't have to get the comet medal anymore. He can just go straight to the boss as well.
Nice.
That first hit is harder to get fast than the second action.
Yeah, for whatever reason, the first hit's harder than the second.
Like basically, you can stomp him without too much trouble, but for whatever reason, on the first hit, he runs away a bit more easily. I think it's because on the second hit, he tends to like jump in the air before actually starting to run away, and that buys you a bit more time.
We have a $150 donation from Level 99. Greetings, SDA from Overclocked Remix. Been watching throughout the week, and this is the most impressive marathon yet. I've lost family members to cancer, and my wife, who's given some repearlers from the giveaways, is at risk for it since her mother had breast cancer twice. This cause affects so many people, and I really am happy you do these marathons to support them. Put this towards a perfect Galaxy run. I want to see that final star. Eat it. Thank you very much for your donation.
Alright, so here you'll be seeing the first rainbow star. So when you're in Rainbow Mario form, if you run at full speed for a little bit, then you accelerate to this state where Mario's arms are outstretched to the sides. And in this state, he's going twice as fast as normal. So it's important to keep this speed while not running into any walls. Get it?
Yeah, it's very easy to lose your momentum in this form. I'm actually not sure. At least in this star, there's not.
I have a $15 donation from Schmitty. Let's see that perfect run. Great job to everyone involved in this wonderful event. Here's to the most successful AGDQ so far. We'll get an update on how that perfect run's going. We are at $12,035 out of the $15,000 required.
Nice.
We're inching there. $50 anonymous donation. Comment is, whoa. That's a good way to describe this run, I believe. $50 from Limit Break. Been watching all week. It has been fantastic. This is such a great event. Thanks for all the great games and commentary.
So yeah, 46 there was really good. Yoshi fan really never lost stride, or never broke stride. This is one of the Hungry Lumas that is would even be in the regular new game run. Obviously, it's only 300 star bits.
It's also very fast as well.
It's a very fast star. Even done normally, the star is really fast. But Yoshi fan's also going to be using a technique. I don't know, is there really a term for this technique?
I've heard a couple of them. Like, my preferred one is catapulting.
Catapulting?
Oops.
Switch long jump? I mean, yeah.
That could work.
Essentially what he's going to be doing is taking, really combining the, I guess, length or power of a long jump with the flipping of the switch, the momentum from that, and you can get some pretty crazy looking stuff when done right.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
The switch slip.
Yeah, so we've seen a little bit of this with the cloud long jumps earlier. This is basically going to be this is going to be a much more exaggerated version of that.
Woo!
Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, he has to time it. Oh. Sorry, we get to see it again.
This happens sometimes, but, you know. It's a little bit, it's just one of those things you have to be in the groove for.
Yay. Whee.
Yeah, I don't think I could have recovered from that. Because when you hit a laser, you start going backwards, which is pretty bad. So it's safer to land at an earlier spot. I want to get at least 2 of these. There you go.
There you go. Nice.
Just wait for this. Yeah, he goes a little bit further.
Yeah, so one thing that makes this game a little bit less forgiving than the first Super Mario Galaxy game is that it's actually the checkpoint system that makes it less forgiving. Basically, the only way you get a checkpoint in this game is by actually hitting one, which means that when Yoshi fan skips so much of the levels, he usually skips all the checkpoints as well. In Super Mario Galaxy 1, usually you would respawn in an area based on where you actually died. So it's so here when he dies, he doesn't save any of the progress that he's made on the level, and he just has to go right back to the start most of the time.
There's actually a few different ways to get from the bottom of the starship back up to here.
Yeah, so it looks like you just kind of switch off for each of them.
All right, we have a $100 donation from Tompa.
Hey, Tompa.
Tompa here from the Save the Famed Foundation. My grandma died a month ago with cancer. While it wasn't the cause of her death, it made her suffer for the last months of her life. Special thanks to I Ate Your Pie, who was running a blind Super Mario All-Star race the day of her death, made me be able to go through the day more easily. Shoutouts to my blanket. $15 from Melly. Hello, everyone. I think what you are doing is really great, and if I had more money, I'd donate more, especially since me and my mother were afraid that she had cancer. I want to donate as much as I can so nobody has to lose their loved ones. Oh, and by the way, greetings from Germany. I love your runs. It's awesome and very impressive.
All right, that was a pretty smooth run.
Yeah. As mundane as that star might look, actually finding that sweet spot where you get all 4 coins as you're running by is really hard to do.
For those who don't play this game, the main gimmick of the Cosmic Club is that they follow your steps exactly. And when you have 5 or 6 of them running around, it's a lot harder to tell.
Yeah. So if you accidentally miss 1 coin, you have to kind of make a big turn to manipulate the clones to not hit you as well or get in your way.
And that level is a perfect example of why you do those comet medals, because they're so fast.
Yeah.
$2 donation from Kitty Bird. I lost my best friend to cancer as it wasn't caught until stage 4 and was given months to live. Keep up the good work, and let's hope future generations don't have to face the pain of losing loved ones like this.
Okay, so this stage is a thing. So this is one of the more random stars in the game, definitely.
Worst star
This
ever.
worst star. It's still a random, awful star, but it's even worse when you realize that the game never told you that you could actually jump up and break your Boulder Mario at any time. I remember being terrified when I thought this star was in the route.
Yeah, and if you can't clear the star, you basically lose about at least a minute, because you have to do the whole thing. It takes close to that to kill all of these.
So you just kind of hope they group together. Then once you get to about 24, 25 of them, you start just focusing on single ones and breaking Boulder Mario. That was actually really good.
Now if I could just find this star. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
The hardest part.
$20 anonymous donation. Yoshi fan, you are one of my favorite runners and streamers. This is for the perfect run. Also, Spike Vegeta, I think there's a spider on the ceiling.
On your hair.
Oh. He can stay. That's fine.
$250 from King. As a gamer, I've always wanted to help people in life, and what you guys are doing is amazing. My grandfather sadly passed away with cancer, and ever since then I've always wanted to help out the less fortunate people, and here's one of my chances. You guys are living out my dream by putting both my passions together, gaming and helping the less fortunate. You guys and girls are all the heroes. Keep up the darn good work.
All right, so we're done with comets here for now. We're gonna head over to Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Fleet.
$25 from Gunco. First time watching Agdq. It's been an amazing event to behold, and you're all doing a fantastic job. Putting my donation towards SMG2 Perfect Run, but primarily towards a wonderful cause. Keep it up, guys. Love from the UK.
All right, this level can be pretty tricky because there are, well, basically you're doing Yoshi flutters all the way through the level.
Yeah.
So I think that speaks for itself.
Right now, that 242 perfect run is at $12,483 out of $15,000. Our total donation is $678,844.
Okay. I lost speed at some point there. That was not good.
Yeah, so there are two things that can make these Yoshi flutters pretty dangerous. The first thing is just that the inputs for crouch canceling during your flutter and then starting to flutter again, it's Z and A, which is also the same input for just backflipping off of Yoshi. So if he's not careful that way, he can just backflip off early. But what happened that first time was actually that he, at some point during the flutter, he lost his momentum. And you only have 10 seconds from when you start fluttering before your speed will just almost zero out. You can still move a little bit, but by the time it happens, if you're not already in a spot where you can just stop fluttering or restart it again, then usually the amount of time it will take to get to safety is longer than the time it would take to just die and try to flutter again. So yeah, every one of these flutters is pretty dangerous.
That's probably one of the 3 craziest looking flutters in the run right there.
Yeah. A lot of flutters, you'll see him flutter it basically as high as he can so that right before the 10-second limit, he can backflip off and just, when you backflip, you carry all your momentum. So if he does that, he can extend how far he gets by a pretty good margin.
We're going to stand back a bit here first and go forward here.
Nice.
So that enables those 2 hits in a row. So I'm not going to get 2 hits in a row here, and that is to cancel one of his animations. When he was raising his arms there, he was about to smash his hammers together, which would take a couple of seconds to do. It's a good first phase.
Nice.
Yeah. Alright, so he's still vulnerable up in his cockpit right there. So
nice. Great fight.
That was a really good fight.
Yeah, that was a great start.
Yeah, that was good.
Yoshi fan's probably going to get like 3 something on this star. Even Yoshi fluttering. Normally that star is probably, even when done from a speedrunning standpoint, but without Yoshi fluttering, is probably well over 5 minutes. It's a lot of auto scrolling, so needless to say, Yoshi fluttering saves you tons of time in this run.
Have a $20 donation from Kevin and Karen. Told my girlfriend about the great event you guys are doing and she wanted to donate right away. Here's a little money from the both of us. Much love and respect to all the speedrunners and people who have contributed to this cause. $50 anonymous donation. I normally would donate to the UK charity Cancer Research. However, this event is worthy of supporting, so in this instance, I can accept my donation not going quite as far and hope others watching can give what they can before the end of this event. $20 from Professor NES. Best of luck, Yoshi fan. I wish I could have caught this one live, but Twitch from the airport will have to do. Another drop in the bucket towards the perfect run. $10 from Casuman. Is that you on the donations, Kari? Yes, it is, in fact. Hi, greetings from the backloggery. This is my second time watching Agdq, and I'm even more blown away than I was last year. That Super Metroid race last night was intense. To all the runners out there, every man!
Alright, I believe this is one other Hungry Luma which isn't in the no bank toad route. So it's basically it only unlocks 2 relatively short stars. Although one of those stars is pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah. Again, even though the animation's a little bit longer, he will be collecting 2 stars here, so it is worth it. And it's even more worth it when you see how this star goes.
Hopefully.
Speaking of hard levels with
Yeah,
flutters.
speaking of hard levels with flutters.
Yeah, so the basic idea is you have a bunch of floating platforms and you got Yoshi right at the start. So put 2 and 2 together here. Oh, hi Luigi. So I might have mentioned this earlier, but the spin at the beginning of the flutter helps the acceleration a little bit.
Is Yoshi able to tell me which checkpoints?
Yeah, he can.
Yeah. I was a bit far away for that. Well, I was actually too far to back, so. Alright.
Very nice.
Very good.
So that's a fast start anyways, so it'd probably still be in the route, but obviously destroying it with Yoshi Flutter is a much better option.
Yeah. It's a relatively dangerous flutter too. I mean, you saw at the end that because he overshot a little bit, he almost couldn't make it to the platform in time, and he only has until that fruit wears out to land on that platform and reset his flutter.
And what's especially dangerous about that level is if you fall, there's an invisible floor essentially right under that area, and it takes some time to basically kill yourself. It takes about 15 seconds to fall off 2 invisible floors and then die, and then restart.
And the reason that happens is because I think due to the last flutter, the path you take, some of the kill planes end up not spawning. Basically, you're confusing the level a bit.
So this opening to this star is actually a strat made by Yoshi Fan himself pretty recently. It's pretty good, I'd say.
This level's also home to probably one of the most notorious green stars in the game.
Oh, I actually don't remember.
That's what I'm trying to think which one.
The one that's off camera.
Oh, gotta go fast. Okay. So that early cycle is a bit tricky to make. I can usually tell by what part of the platform cycle I'm at, and if it's too far into the platform cycle, then I can't make that route in time, and I have to go on the other side of the moving platforms. Basically, because of these spinning grates, you can be either on the top side or the bottom side.
$10 donation from Misleading. I just had to donate during this run since 2 of my favorite runners are sitting on the couch, Spike and Pie. I love watching you guys stream. Congrats to Spike on that amazing Kingdom Hearts 1.5 Proud Mode run about a week ago, and Yoshi, you keep blowing my mind with this Galaxy run. Keep up the great work. $100 from Chad H. My aunt has been battling breast cancer for the past few months, has been in and out of the hospital because of it. And all I can say is cancer sucks. Love what you guys are doing. Let's get 242.
So in that fight, as long as he actually lines himself up over the boss's chin there, he can actually just do those ground pounds as soon as the boss is vulnerable again. He doesn't have to wait for the boss to move back over the grate.
Yeah, that's a good time in that stage.
And the 242 runs at 13,000, so about $2,000 more to raise for that. $250 donation from Dio. Comment is all Metaflex. $5 from Nerdlord. Donating now because it's easier to find myself in the index this way. Good luck to the current runner for the game. This goes to the choice of their incentive. $50 from Scythe Surge. Keep up the great work. Tuning in this week has been a lot of fun and inspiring. Game on. $50 from Tagger N. Hello, really beautiful what you guys do. Awesome work and great games. Greetings from Sweden. $20 from Woo. Hello, Speed friends. I keep throwing my wallet at my monitor, but the money doesn't seem to be reaching you. Hopefully this method has more success. Runner's choice for which center this donation goes towards, and I always wish I could give more.
Alright, so the most important part of the strat is the first part right here. And that's probably it. Yeah, I made it out of that room in time. So that saves like 8 seconds because I got an early cycle. As you can see, this part is all about the gravity cycles, the gravity changing.
Very nice.
As long as you get all the cycles, you finish the level pretty much as fast as you can. A star grab is also a little bit weird. Despite what it looks like, it actually feels like you'll get the star with a higher probability if you are a little bit higher above the star instead of directly lined up, but I'm not totally sure.
Which is odd, because you'll see in a star, in a few stars from now, that seems like with the drill, Mario's hitbox is actually really large, but I guess that might just be when he's actually using the power.
Yeah, it's only when you're actually drilling. Yeah, you'll see that after this star, actually. Because we'll be going back to that, the Flipsville Galaxy for the purple coins.
The other thing that kind of sucks about the drill is that you cannot long jump with it, and you also can't get out of the drill state unless you get hit or you enter a star.
Have a $50 donation from Elosian. Congrats for this marathon. Shout out to Mr. MV and the French Restream. Thank you very much for the donation, and we thank Mr. MV for the French Restream and Akai Keystreams for the German Restream. $100 from Aryan Blue. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes at the marathon for keeping things running smoothly and bringing this all great entertainment for a great cause.
Alright, so this star, in a sense, is very straightforward, but optimizing it can be pretty tricky and take some practice, as you can see. So that wasn't bad other than that one missed coin near the end.
It's pretty easy in the earlier part of the stage to have to do a little bit of backtracking if you're just a little bit off with grabbing some of the coins and then have to go back, so.
A $100 donation from Joseph Corkery. Thanks all for putting on this event. Lost my grandmother, who was basically my mom, to cancer in my early 20s and hit me hard. Thanks. $10 from Kaithol. Hey guys, I appreciate all that you're doing. Both my grandfathers had some form of cancer, however they both got through it. Now my aunt has colon cancer, she has very little time left to live. She's currently at a cancer treatment center and trying to battle through it. Also, my uncle is also going currently through radiation, as he currently has cancer as well. I know $10 isn't much, but it's the most I can really donate and hope it can go a long way. Good luck on this 242 run.
Alright, so this is where you see that the spin drill's hitbox while drilling is quite large, and they'll be useful for grabbing the coins here. This room can be a little bit tricky here. Oops, that doesn't help. Okay, that's fine. This window's a bit tight. Hit boxes.
Yeah. Yeah, really just gotta trust how big the hitbox is in this, actually.
I wasn't drilling it there. Okay, so I guess I'll go back up with it. Other than that, that was good.
Yeah, those are still really good.
Yeah, using the hitbox again.
$50 donation from Togion. Thank you for everything you're doing. Great job, guys. $20 from Newsprig. My grandfather is fighting a vicious cancer for 5 years. Hopefully this will help us fight back. An amazing run so far.
So we're off to a supermassive galaxy, and then we'll also do Chompworks and Starshine Beach before the end of Road 4. This level actually has a pretty awkward long jump shortcut near the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's see if I get it. Actually, I get to try it twice because I do almost the same level twice here. One for the hidden star. Looks good.
Nice.
Get out of here.
Shoutouts to 99 Lives.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can bounce on these turtles repeatedly to gain lives very quickly, 1 per bounce. So this, if you're grinding individual levels for this game, and you might end up using a lot of lives, then this is the place to go to grind lives. So I'm turning the camera here to manipulate the timing of the moving platforms up ahead. Basically, these platforms only move when they are on camera to a first approximation. Nice. So that timing worked out very well. Yeah, so you just have to make all these flowers bloom to complete this stage. I just made sure I was like right near where the vine sprouts.
Yeah.
Once I was done.
We have a $200 donation from Thomas Jonell. Fantastic runs this week, AGDQ. It's like an awesome cake of speedy goodness, with today being the cherry on top. Keep up the glitch-abusing, trick-using, frame-dissecting, pixel-perfecting, speed-infusing display of gamer glory.
So now Yoshi Van, that was the secret star basically of that world. Now he's going to be getting the regular star. You might have noticed he skipped grabbing the comet medal. He did that in order to get a better cycle on those thwomps.
Exactly.
Because now, since he's going to what is essentially the same star again, he's able to skip that opening cutscene, so he has the time to grab it.
A $25 donation from NeoSam. Thank you from France for these amazing runs during this whole week.
That was too good. Okay.
Oh. So close.
I wasn't expecting to get that far.
It was too good.
So, yeah.
Yeah, for a second I thought you were just going to make the long jump.
I'm pretty sure that never happens.
Yeah, I was...
I think it's really lame to fail the same trick twice in a row, so I'll go here. Doesn't waste too much.
Yeah.
$20 anonymous donation. Awesome job you're doing. Good luck on the remaining runs. Thank you very much. $50 from Lemissy. Thanks for this awesome week. Pure skill and pure humanity and friendship. See you next year, guys. Thanks to Mr. MV for the French restream. $50 from Vincent Morissette Thomas. Thank you for everything, AGDQ. You are truly inspiring.
This part is the same as
How much
before.
does it change your speed when you long jump and then touch when you fix it?
I don't think the long jump speed is affected.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't think you break stride at all.
Yeah.
Allows for quite a few places where you can take essentially safety saves or checkpoints. Nice.
So most of the time, if you do a handstand on that pole and then jump to the star that way, then you safely grab the star without getting pulled into the gravity of some other part of the planet. The key is most of the time. Fortunately, we're out of that galaxy, so it's not going to happen now.
All right. $15 from the Englishman. Here's 15 to hear karaoke say the following. Betty bought some butter, but she said she, this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. But a better butter will make my batter better. Then she bought a bit of butter better than the bitter butter, made her bitter batter better. So 'twas better, Betty bought a bit of better butter. That wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be.
Try that again.
That's pretty good.
$20 from N. Mussy. Second donation for the run. Thank you again for a great week and making it impossible to work for my finals.
Nice.
Love from France.
There's just a small time saver here. If you do it fast enough, you can beat the cycle of chomps that are rolling.
$20 from Gizmo. Hi all, this marathon has been absolutely amazing to watch, and the whole community is fantastic with so many wonderful people coming together for a great cause. Yoshi fan, this Mario Galaxy 2 run is blowing me away. The first one in the room to say Pugnacious Prankster Planet gets to decide where this money goes. Well, I guess it's going towards that 242 run.
Yeah, so you couldn't get that first chomp anyway because you have to push down the green platform and you can't get there fast enough to let the first chomp through.
Would a co-op player be able to stop the chomp?
Probably. I haven't tried it, but that is definitely a possibility. That first chomp you also can't get, so even though I messed up, I wouldn't have been able to get it. So now you just wait for this kid.
We are $800 away from getting that perfect run met.
Wow.
Very nice.
Oh, and by 15
We lowballed.
Our total donation is at $682,337.
I don't know about you guys, but I want 800K. I want it to earn dance. 1 million before closure. I don't know, man.
Look at Notch, to put his entire life savings.
Shoutouts to Best Star coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Best Power Up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for my room.
It's not too bad. I mean, oh, sorry, you were about to say that.
Oh, yeah, it's. I found a way to manage it, basically, but it does take getting used to. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spring is very hard to deal with, but the level design for whenever you have to use the spring is always really good. So it's not the most enjoyable power up to use, but the levels still make it fun to play.
Yeah, you're actually supposed to be using it on these earlier planets, but as you can see, it's pretty easy to just go without them until the final planet.
And get around these guys.
Just getting them really close. It's pretty easy to not use this. Shouts to Pac-Man.
Yeah. Although I don't want his starters.
Pretty telling one of the first big secrets for Galaxy 1 was to do the Galaxy that introduces the spring almost entirely without the spring.
Yeah.
That much.
Whoops. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, like this loses a minute, but we're not using it.
So yeah, my basic strategy is to hit the control stick in the way I need to go about when he lands from a large bounce, and then so basically he's going in the direction I want for the duration of a short bounce, and that gets me to about the right speed.
All right, Yoshi fan, I hope you're ready to show off your skills because the perfect run has been met.
Alrighty.
Golly.
So, how much for blindfold?
A few million, I guess.
For the equivalent of that challenge, you can hand me the controller.
Oh boy. Alright, so this is a level you might expect to be like pretty slow and uneventful, but it's actually somewhat technical to do fast.
Yeah. This is one of those galaxies that wasn't in like the older Japanese RTAs of this. However, with utilizing some pretty crazy Yoshi fluttering, the star is fast enough.
This whole galaxy is basically an apology for the way Yoshi worked in Super Mario Sunshine. Like, exactly. Like, in Super Mario Sunshine, like, Yoshi couldn't touch water, or he just dissolved. Now Yoshi can go in water, he can run on top of water with the chili power-up. Or the pepper, rather. It's just a ton better.
Apology accepted.
Oh.
Nice.
So again, Sonic the Hedgehog physics kick in when you're using the dash pepper. Upward slope, jump, and you go really high. Or in this case, dismount. Same idea.
Not Sonic 06 physics.
What physics?
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to be a part of this story? That common metal might have looked a little bit out of the way, but the star you get in this galaxy for that is very, very fast. So.
Okay, that's a pretty good time for that stage.
Yeah, I was going to say.
130.
Issues with that.
Would it count as irony that one of the more relaxing levels in casual play is one of the more technical?
Is actually, yeah.
It seems to turn out that way a lot. It seems like the more open-ended levels in the Galaxy games tend to get more technical stuff.
Also, since it's not really pointed out, when selecting a new star, you should then put it away from the television so that it automatically selects it. I don't think anyone mentioned that.
Might have mentioned it once, but
Yeah. The only case where he needs to point it at the screen is if he's wanting to select a star that has a secret star, because those don't actually have their own scenario. They'll just be a part of like the first star, so he actually has to point and select that.
Alright, so Chucksters are arguably better in this game than in Sunshine, which you'll see why in a little bit.
Just a
Wait, I can save that?
Nice.
Nice!
Hey, Yoshi fan, since the perfect run has been met, what would you like your runner's choice donations to go to towards now? There's the Paper Mario Wacko Kill or Save.
Chrono Trigger file names.
There's also Chrono Trigger file names, which we also just added the Epoch file name to, because apparently we forgot it, but it's cool.
Okay.
It's on there now.
How about Save Weapon?
Save the Wacko.
Yeah.
So Yoshi fan told me yesterday when we were going through the run, I think you're not supposed to be able to stand on those clouds, and you're not Cloud Mario. So I think he said he's got about a 6-frame window to jump off of it.
Which is actually somewhat generous, so you can get that jump most of the time, but still a little bit tight. Oh, and this game runs at 60 frames per second, so it's basically a 1/10 of a second to do the jump. Yeah, so again, these cosmic clones basically make it so like you can't retrace your steps without running into these guys. Oh, what am I doing? That was not intentional, but didn't lose time either. At least you shouldn't lose. Oh, stop.
All right, everyone, single file line.
Okay, that was a little close. But
I think in a casual playthrough, slowing down and moving slowly is the last thing you would think to do in something.
Yeah.
You try to run away and hope they don't get you.
maybe.
Rip.
That tends to happen. Dude.
Reset.
We are at 43. All right, so we're off to Gravity Gauntlet.
Yeah, so this actually contains maybe the craziest looking skip in the game.
It's also one of the first ones found.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Paraxi who found this like a few days after the game came out.
He's got a knack for that.
So yeah, you see later at this isn't a trick you'd expect people to find quickly. Like I still don't know how anyone would think of it. So we're gonna get this life mushroom. It's a hint that some lava boosts might be involved.
Just gotta come over here real quick just to grab the comet medal. And getting that checkpoint's pretty
Here we go.
All right, we got a $1,000 donation from Irregular Programming. Both my mother and grandmother had and survived cancer. Thank you for providing a very entertaining cause.
And that is a very difficult trick.
Yeah.
It is not easy.
And yeah, I was going to say, kind of clapping for that. What was the rest of that? Sorry.
Irregular programming had a mother and grandmother that had cancer and survived, so.
I think that's clap-worthy too.
Yeah, I want to say that.
We have a $502 donation from C-Gnome, and he says, "Hi, I'm C-Gnome. Here's some money." Well, thank you for that money.
Yeah, so one difficult thing about that behind the wall shortcut that might not be evident is that you have to be a precise distance away from the wall that you're running behind. Otherwise, you'll either get stuck somewhere and you won't be able to get out until you just like die in a few seconds, or you'll just fall off of the lava floor. But either way, you'll lose a life and you have to restart from the checkpoint. So here I'm gonna wait a bit.
So I'd just like to make a quick announcement.
And that should...
Simon Vickland, the composer for Commander Rearmed, the guy who's doing the donation, sent him to remix an NES track, is streaming right now, twitch.tv/Simon Vickland, if you want to see the live composition of the track.
Nice.
So the reason I waited to pound the first meteor is that I was waiting for Bowser to start up another punch attack. And then so once I hit him with the meteor, canceled his punch. So I just directed his punch away from the meteors because when this is the only Bowser fight where Bowser drops 2 meteors at a time instead of 3. And that means it's very possible for him to take out both meteors with 1 punch, which means I have to wait for the next cycle. So again, you don't want to miss a hit, otherwise you lose a lot of time.
So obviously the next world is World 5, but Yoshifan's actually going to be doing some backtracking before he actually gets there. So then he can do all of World 5 kind of in one shot before the boss.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, there's at least a couple of stars in Worlds 1 and 2 that are short and worth it, but we weren't able to get them before. And one of those stars is because there was a mail to letter that wasn't unlocked until later. One of those stars is a comet star that's unlocked when you get like 18 comet medals or something.
Right, we have a $20 donation from Andrew Davis. "Hey AGDQ, my close friend Mariah has had cancer, result the loss in too many of her family members. In honor of her grandfather who showed her the magic of video games too before he passed away, and I hope she never has to deal with cancer herself. I hope we're able to beat up cancer with this awesome cause. Keep up the good work, everyone." $50 from Aluvatar42. "Thanks everyone for this AGDQ, especially Mr. MV for the French restream." And if you're just tuning in now, this is AGDQ, Awesome Games Done Quick 2014, hosted by Speed Demos Archive, the premier site for high-quality speedrun videos, and SRL Speedruns Live, the best site to race video games at any skill level. We're raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, the only nonprofit U.S. organization dedicated to the research of cancer prevention techniques.
All right, so this star is almost the same as the first star. There's a few meteors that mostly don't get in the way. The few cracks in the floor that mostly don't get in the way. The end is a little bit different though because I don't need the Comet medal anymore because I already got it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I'm sure it was explained earlier, but going up that left side because that dash pepper is there allows Yoshi-Fan to never actually lose the dash pepper power. And going up the normal side, he would have lost it before he got to that one right there.
And the dash pepper I just got, I had Yoshi eat it late so that the dash pepper effect would last long. All right, this jump.
First try. Yeah. Nice.
So the way that jump works, actually, like you might think is just a regular slope thing, but actually you have to jump off the very edge, the very top edge, because that's the only place where you can actually get that high of a jump. But if you fail it once, or if you fail it like any number of times, you can just keep trying, because you can just fall down, get another dash pepper, and try again.
And before Goomba, please.
Yeah. So you'll see what we're talking about in a minute. Get up there. Oh, no. I should have held A. Oh, for those, yeah, for those who don't know, if you hold A during a spin, then you get a bit more height, which is probably what I have to do there. Can always turn the camera. See?
Nice.
The jump is actually not that hard. It's pretty neat. Okay, let's go.
Gotta be pretty careful with this troll Goomba.
Oh, no.
Oh! That Goomba.
And you only get 2 Goombas, so if they both get smushed, you have to restart the level.
Yeah. All right, so after this, we're getting the Bowser Jr.'s Fiery Flotilla Comet, and then we're back to World 5.
Our $121 donation from KV. Thanks for the great week of runs and for such a great cause. Tomorrow marks 2 years that my grandfather lost his battle with liver cancer. Here's stop for cancer once and for all. 3646 from Christoph Gassa with some nice code here. Ready? Print hello Agdq 2014. Print together. Anything's possible. Go to 10. Run. $50 from Killian Voss. Thanks from Germany for an outstanding event for a great cause. Come on, everyone. Let's go for $1 million.
All right, so this star here is basically just the boss fight I did earlier.
Where's the one where you have to fight them on fire?
That's in the Battle Builds Galaxy, which I don't end up doing.
$25 donation from Peach Mom. Amazed by the fundraising done for the Prevent Cancer by Awesome Games Done Quick. For our daughter and son-in-law, who have always been a big part of this, Mark and Jessica, the Empty Eyes, who are not able to be there in 2014, but are still promoting the good work you do. Thank you all, go gamers. Speaking of promotion, if you weren't able to donate, You can spread the word by tweeting #AGDQ2014. Spread the word, get people in to watch us on GamesDoneQuick.com.
So yeah, another thing I'm sure was explained the first time you fought him, but you're trying to manipulate him to essentially just be closer to the planet for those last few hits.
And the way you do that is just lead him in one direction.
Yeah, it kind of straightens him out as opposed to having him floating around everywhere when you're swooping and swerving. And we're off to World 5 finally.
So we're not getting too many stars from World 5, but the ones that are there are, they're kind of technical. And yeah, it's right after this.
Yeah, it's not gonna last too long, but
yeah,
unfortunately, we'll get our taste. This first planet coming up here, doing it optimally is really, really hard. Shoutouts to Nemi.
Oh yeah, so Nemi in his record run, he pretty much did this level absolutely flawlessly. And it's one of the hardest levels to do flawlessly, in my opinion. Let's wait for it. Nope. Okay, I guess that works.
$150 donation from Radjax. Thanks all for putting on this event. Lost my father last week to cancer and it hit me hard. What you're doing is just awesome. Much love from France.
Alright, so if I had full health, I would skip the life mushroom, but in case anything happens near the end of the level, I'm just gonna get it. There's a bunch of lasers and electric stuff. I'm gonna get hit by that one. It's fine.
Yeah, thankfully on hitting those lasers, you get suspended in air for a little bit, so he could just tank that.
Alright, for reference, Nemi got 113 on this one, and I just got 126.
Yeah.
So like 126 is pretty good for me. But, yeah. Again, it's pretty amazing that Nemi got such a solid record while he didn't have much competition at the time.
Yeah.
Pretty much, he had the best single segment he had to compare with was like at least 20 minutes slower.
Yeah.
So
it is on SDA. It's still the record.
Yeah.
He has, I guess, I asked Yoshi Fan yesterday, he started doing some World 1 and 2 runs. So it's looking like he might be getting the motivation.
Yeah, to improve it. Because there's been a decent amount of new strats found, especially in the earlier worlds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do this. This skips whole first chunk of this level. Again, utilizing momentum.
Anytime the platform that you're standing on is moving,
like I said, you're not going to hear much of that track.
That is a highlight.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so I was starting to say, anytime the platform that you're standing on is moving, when you jump, you'll carry that momentum with you when you jump. So if it's moving upwards, your jump will go much higher. If it's moving forwards, it'll go much faster. If it's moving to the side, your jump will move awkwardly to the side. the only real problem. If it's moving backwards, that can be a problem sometimes because it cuts your momentum a little bit. I assume it applies to moving downward, although I haven't actually seen that happen before.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I don't think it applies to moving downward, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
These great platforms here are a little odd. They actually shake when you land on them, and there is a frame where it can actually give Yoshi-fan a boost that he's not expecting. It shouldn't affect him too badly if it happens, but it's hard to say.
Yeah.
So in case anyone's like me and they woke up a little bit late, what he's essentially doing there with Cloud Mario is that if he spins and long jumps right next to each other, then he'll get that extra boost, which allowed him to skip having to go all the way around there normally.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah, so the patterns are the exact same every time, but they can be rotated in 4 different ways.
Yeah. Oof.
That's fine.
Nice.
Still got a lot of time.
Extra credit. That's 720.
We may have met the perfect run donation incentive. We still have a bunch of things you can donate towards, like Chrono Trigger character names, Wind Waker file name. Everything's listed on our Games Done Quick tracker for that, so you can see what's winning, what names you want to donate towards, you want to add a new name. We also have a good bundle of prizes available during this little Mario block we've got going on, including a Mario Brothers cast poster and a Mario pendant set. And specifically for this game, we got a cute little Luma plushie available.
And not to mention to earn dance, 800K. So pretty cool sequence break he's going to be doing here, kind of manipulating or utilizing the gravity of the game.
Yeah, so some planets have stronger gravitational pulls than you might expect.
That's one of this game's strengths, that it just looks cool, even if you're doing something completely intentional.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what allows this game. Nice. And the boost. And the boost.
Oh, that's fine. I can wall jump here.
Oh, Yoshi fan.
Okay, I have to get a coin from one of these guys. This guy? Yeah. Alright, so I'm turning the camera here so that I can manipulate the timing of these ice platforms. So normally I would have to wait for a few seconds for the next round of ice platforms to appear. But they were just like lined up perfectly because I turned it. Oh yeah. Alright, so I'm skipping this first coconut on purpose. I'm hitting this one late. So what that does is basically when he reaches that part of the arena on the second or third phases, he does this upward firing attack, which wastes some time and also kind of randomizes the flight. So he didn't do the upward shooting attack at all there because I manipulated his pattern. The other important thing is that you get the second hit very quickly, in addition to getting the first hit late.
A $20 anonymous donation. I hate cancer. Let's beat cancer like we beat those games.
Going back to what Englishman said about just, I don't know, speedrunning this game looks pretty cool. Again, it's a little different than you would expect. It's obviously the Galaxy series from a speedrunning standpoint is much different than Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, which were obviously much more parkour style. But getting to utilize all the different gravity tricks in this game is really fun. Makes for a lot of fun little sequence breaking. Mm-hmm.
This is another fairly technical galaxy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gimmick with this galaxy is that there are sections, you can see there are sections where there's gravity upside down and sections where it's right side up. There are also sections where it switches between the two. So Yoshi fans are going to be using a lot of tricks to get through those sections smoothly. Because the game will kind of, anytime gravity switches 180, the game kind of, it stops you to flip you around, which can kill your speed in a lot of places.
Whoa, geez. That was really...
Oh, that was unfortunate. So he did want to bounce off that Goomba, but unfortunately, it happened before he stopped his momentum forward.
Yeah.
That was basically about as high as he could have bounced off it, though. So if he could have stopped his momentum, that would have been basically the perfect jump off of it.
Also, this is maybe just the most awkward hallway in the run. The platform is really dumb. That was pretty good, though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of place where if you didn't practice it for like at least an hour, then you'd probably just stumble through it. Because basically if you mess up one part in that gravity changing section, then it throws off everything else because everything's out of sync.
A $50 donation from Lisa Chaplet. Thanks to all of you for what you are doing. This donation is on behalf of March Fighter Paladin's grandfather, currently in the hospital fighting prostate cancer. Love from all your Florida family watching you this morning.
Thanks, Mom.
Alright, so we're going back here for the hidden star. For some reason, you can't really enter that pipe easily unless you do a spin. It's kind of weird. Okay.
Yoshi fan might have said earlier, but in a lot of ways, this is actually easier than the first incineration puzzle. Not as many, I find it's just not as many weird angles you have to throw it at. And the boxes are pretty packed together.
That's okay.
It's also one of the only parts of Galaxy 2 that is explicitly easier than its equivalent of Galaxy 1. Just because
Oh yeah, all the jump.
The current game was way too hard for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Galaxy 1, you basically had like metal pieces of trash that you had to clear with bob-ombs, and like there were markers that were placed down to show you like recommended places to put them, but they were still really tight on time, and it was hard to control where you threw them.
I think the second one was the last stars I was getting.
Probably.
So we got just a couple more stars in World 5. So this one in Blue Moon isn't particularly exciting, but it is like 1 minute long. Generally, the threshold for accepting a star into this run is like a time of 1 minute 30 seconds. But again, it depends on stuff like comet requirements, if it's a comet, or the events that appear after the star is over.
like right there with that last star, it was pretty I mean, obviously it was fast enough to be in the route, but he did have to factor in how it warps you to the underground part of the ship to see yourself getting Fire Mario, the Fire Flower.
Yeah, so this is mainly an auto-scroll. The last part is a little bit tricky with grabbing the star, though. You can also speed this up a little bit by knowing where to jump from. And this part, we wait until around the launch star to the next part. So watch out for those guys. And the column metal's just on the way, so. Alrighty.
Nice. That's a lot harder than it looks.
The angle is kind of weird, but there's a consistent way to do it. It's like you hold left at first, and then during your long jump, you can kind of tweak to the north, and that gets you about to the right spot. Again, it feels a bit weird at first, but with practice, it's not too bad.
Yeah. It almost still makes that easier than going the normal way, because the boos that get in the way can be really frustrating.
All right, so here's another Rainbow Star stage, except that it's on ice. So one thing that a lot of people might not realize is that skating isn't necessarily the best way to do this. The reason is when you're Rainbow Mario, running and skating are exactly the same speed, and running is actually a lot more maneuverable. So you gotta skate just a little bit to get to full speed. Skating is good for its acceleration, but after that you just run. Oh. Oh, I'm too far.
You can actually kill all the enemies with a single rainbow power-up, and it actually looked like he was on pace to do that there, but it's a lot safer and doesn't really cost much time to grab the extra one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no pause animation when you achieve that, so it's literally just the time it takes to swerve and grab it.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's it for World 5 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as I'm at 55, yeah. Wait. I was trying to click the part of the map that I wanted to go to. Fun fact about world map navigation. So the easier way to navigate the map is to just use the control stick, but if you point and click at the part of the map you want to go, then at each intersection in the map you have a smaller delay, so it is actually faster to navigate with the pointer.
Yeah.
I don't bother doing it too much because it takes a bit of time to aim as well. But if you were testing it, you would totally do that all the time.
Yeah, one negative someone might be thinking before, if you were interested in getting into speedrunning the Galaxy games, I'm not familiar with Galaxy 1, but Galaxy 2 actually has very little motion control in it.
So aim for this guy's face.
Nice. That was as good. Right, it's actually, it used to be, and again, some of the older Japanese RTAs I watched, there was a lot of Fluzzard, the rolling ball minigame. Yeah. Essentially stuff like Boulder, wow, nice. Essentially enough sequence breaks were found like Boulder Bowl Galaxy to where you could, pretty much everything in this route is just straight platforming as opposed to gimmicky levels.
I have a $100 donation from Remco from the Netherlands. My best mate lost his sister a few weeks ago. You're all amazing for taking this effort to raise money. Thank you. Good luck with the Mario run and looking forward to Chrono Trigger. Did someone do an awesome Mario dance in front of the camera? I think if the 242 goes well, I think everyone on the couch should do one, but that's just my opinion.
There you go. There you go. What's a Mario dance? Oh, do the Muffy. I couldn't.
Turn around and show a star.
Oh, okay. Alright, we'll do that on 242.
Whoa, getting a bit close.
Obviously, with his electricity, he can blow away your clouds, so you have to be careful you're not getting too close. It's like almost 11 hours. Honestly.
Yeah. That
Which,
time is.
Go ahead. Sorry.
That time is actually pretty decent as well. So yeah, if you're looking to learn 242, don't expect it to go much lower than 10 hours.
Yeah, that's not exactly a free record.
Yeah.
The Japanese runner who has that category, he actually knows the strats.
Yeah.
They might not be as optimized as like Nemi's run, but yeah.
Yeah, the 242 record holder is Konku, who has a 3-hour, 27-minute time in 71 star, and he did it without being tilt, so it's pretty decent. He's also well versed in Galaxy 1. Oh yeah. No.
Yeah. Let's say Sunshine's like over 4 or something.
3 was 8 or 9.
Oh, okay, so pretty close.
Yeah.
Has no one done a 120 Galaxy 1 run?
There have been runs of that. The record is like 6 hours, 30 something minutes, I think.
Do you still have the Galaxy 1 16 BG record?
Yeah, that is the run I did 2 AGDQs ago, actually.
Yeah. Shoutouts to getting record AGDQ and then staying record for 2 years. Starting to see some more people getting interested in the Galaxy series. I've been noticing on Twitch though, so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It does seem like this one has generated a lot more popularity from the speedrunning standpoint than 1 was, despite it being longer. Sure. They're like, yeah, we already gave you the story.
I have a $20 donation from Krager. Love Super Mario Galaxy 2. I want that kawaii plushie. Go Yoshi fan. Beat cancer.
It might be the Craig R I know. Like, there's a Craig someone who's dabbled in Galaxy 2 running.
$5 from Sir Retro. I definitely have been enjoying watching this stream since Tuesday. My mother is a 2-time cancer survivor, and I'm representing her watching this. You guys are awesome and help making a difference in the world as gamers. Sincerely, a fellow gamer.
There we go. Yeah. So if I'm too slow leading up to that tornado, then I have to wait for it to move back to the left. Just gotta be careful here.
The gravity in this section is very weird because all of these planets are tiny.
So they've all got their own pull.
Yeah, every single one of them has its own pull, and it's just very finicky, sort of jumping from one to the next. Your momentum carries over oddly, and yeah, and if you
Yeah, basically because the planets have such high curvature, so yeah, so the gravity feels very odd. And so other than taking it pretty safe at the end. That was a pretty good run of the level. I think I've been taking 3 different routes from the bottom to the bottom of the starship to the bottom
Yeah,
of this route.
I'm taking all of them now.
I know. I just like showing them all.
Yeah, they're all, like you said, about the same. I guess the only one that's a little slower is going up the front way. Actually loses about 2 seconds or so or something.
Yeah. Even if you grab Yoshi there and flutter to the button, it ends up being a couple seconds slower at least, which is unfortunate because dismounting off of Yoshi and landing directly on the button looks pretty cool.
So in this section, you get 100 points for every pin you hit. You need to hit 50 of them, and there are 56 in total. So he can afford to miss 6 of the pins. I believe there are 3 that he is essentially planning to skip because he'd have to wait for a platform to turn over.
Yeah, depends on how many pins I get before the. Oh, all right.
Oh.
Let's go back.
That was odd.
It happens. Wait, I'm supposed to go there when they were to the side. Okay. Okay. Well, because the cycles are that way.
Oh.
Yeah. If I was as fast as possible to that, to the one that rotated like this, then I would have gotten the underside. But the cycle was past that point already.
Yeah, I know. I was sitting there for a second. I was like, wait, does that send you back to the start? So, obviously, as we're getting later in the game, the stars generally are more extensive. There's a lot more to them. For this next galaxy, it's faster for him to...
not yet.
You're still doing this one. My bad. I'll save that comment for later.
Put it towards the
That's right.
Yeah. So if you ever need to farm star bits for whatever reason, this is the level to go to. Because every one of those blue crystals has a bunch of star bits in it.
Yeah, this is probably where you'd go if you were doing 242 and you needed to grind star bits. Since you need 9,999 star bits in your bank toad to unlock the 242nd star. Yeah.
It'd be either this one or probably Sweet Treat Galaxy. Is my guess be. But most likely this one. This is the one that we used to farm all the time.
Yeah, I remember I used to farm from Sweet Mystery Galaxy, but yeah.
Have a $10 donation from Leland Dog. Hey guys, congrats on all the money raised.
This
so
is an
far.
awful start. This is.
There you go.
It's be literally like right under that star to get it. Either that or you jump, but you, unless you're really keeping track of things, you risk just jumping off.
Yeah, obviously you go back pretty far if you jump off, so better to just hope you can get the middle of Mario to touch it.
Yeah.
So that was $10 from Leland Dog. Hey guys, congrats on all the money raised so far. Having lost both my grandfathers to cancer, everything you guys are doing is really appreciated. Since I've decided my one university course is finished to go into cancer research myself. Great work, you guys, and thanks again.
So yeah, again, the main star here, because you have to go this route to get to all the faster stars beyond it, You do have to collect a star from this galaxy, but it's actually faster to collect the secret star, which, yeah, so even though it looks like it might take a while for him to collect these 30 coins, after that the star is pretty much done. And it's much faster than doing the normal star here.
This star is very frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay. It's really, the normal star is very, very long.
Yeah, and there's really not much in the way of, I don't know if any like sequence breaking in the star or anything, so.
Yeah, the normal star definitely takes over 2 minutes. This one takes, well, less than that. Alright, so I can get just 3 from here, which is good.
He wants to get 30 coins here.
That's nice.
Oh! That was a bit. Normally it's not that close to the edge. I guess I was a bit farther, so.
So to note, if he had missed that, he would have had to recollect the 30 coins. Yeah. So yeah, even though that took a while to collect all those 30 coins, as you can see, using a triple jump here,
yeah,
you can just go stuff.
Yeah, that definitely takes under 2 minutes. It's got 134 in there.
You're just coming in, you're watching Super Mario Galaxy 2 on Awesome Games Done Quick 2014. Hosted by Speed Demos Archive, the site for high-quality speedrunning videos, and Speedruns Live, the place to run and race games at any skill level. We're raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, the only nonprofit U.S. organization dedicated to the early detection and prevention of cancer. Our current donation total is $685,400.
Nice.
I want to say that we're actually playing Super Mario 64 now.
Yep.
You will be attempting cannonless.
Yes.
There will be no cannons in this run. So yeah, here's Yoshi Fan's best Siglumic impersonation.
Nice.
That jump is weird.
Yeah, grabbing onto ledges is a little weird in this game because you don't really grab the ledge and pull up. It's almost just like a small jump off the ledge.
Goes first. C1.
Nice. Yeah, that's
right.
Very precise.
So that is cannonless because I did not have to defeat the Thwomp to open the cannon.
Nice.
It literally only saves like 2 seconds, but it's really good.
Yeah. So what happens with that trick is if you're standing at the very edge of where the Thwomp can crush you, sort of like basically you'd be half underneath him and half not underneath him. And if you jump right before he hits you, he just sort of slams you through the ground. It's a little hard to time. Yoshi Fan's been practicing it a lot this week. There are basically 2 things that can happen if you mess it up. One, the first thing is obviously just that you get crushed. The second thing is that it can push you through the ground but not clip you all the way. So you're just sort of stuck halfway in the ground until the Thwomp stands back up, and then you pop back out.
Yeah, that one, that ladder thing you mentioned is more rare, but it does happen. Oh yeah, and this Swamp King you cannot jump through like in Mario 64.
Yeah, to know they patched that.
We have a $750 donation from Brett V. Hey guys, been watching since Classic Games 2010. These marathons have been getting better each year. Can we put this money towards a Spike Proud Mode run during the bonus stream? Kingdom Hearts hype. I'm really hoping to get the NES PC to go alongside my Bowser plushie from last year. Keep up the great work, 750K incoming.
So we'll be going all over this stage now, but it'll be a little bit different from Mario 64 because we have the cloud power. So they hit a silver star in the outside corner here.
Yeah, this star almost, the route of this almost reminds me more of one of the extra stars from the DS Mario 64.
Yeah.
Where you utilize going around.
We can reuse this cloud.
Nice. Ground pound the star. Yep.
I have to jump first.
Nice.
So there are 2 paths through World 6. The reason we went to the upper path first is for a throwback galaxy right here. Not just because it's a cool galaxy, but also the stars are relatively short. But now we're coming back to the bottom path because the last galaxy in the upper path is Battle Belt, which takes a while. This is the last hungry moon we gotta feed.
Yeah, Battlefield Galaxy takes. Boy, Battlefield Galaxy is slow enough to where it's debatable even in a non-bank toad run. I've seen it in non-bank toad runs. People still collect 1,800 star bits to take this bottom path.
Yeah, that's done in the non-bank toad record, which incidentally is 3 hours 23 minutes by a Japanese runner called Neguro. And actually, the two runs that I learned the most from when forming strategies for me to practice are Nemi's run and Neguro's non-bank toad run, because they use some interesting strategies that basically the non-Nico players never thought of until we found this run. Alright, this backflip is kind of tricky. Oh, never mind. Okay, I was trying to bounce off that guy and then fly into the column. It looks pretty cool, but it's kind of hard to do. I think I can make it there.
I'm not sure you needed to spin there.
Yeah, probably not even. Okay, so we're getting one more star from World 6 for now, and then we're backtracking a little bit to clean up some comet stars. So we're getting pretty near the end here. Again, there's 71 stars in the run, and we are at 63 now.
Yeah, Slimy Spring Galaxy is another one that's not a fast star, but it's still faster than taking the top route. You have to defeat one of these to actually get access to Final Star. Yeah.
Alright, got the slope jump and don't ground pound. Keep on my speed. Just gotta hold Z to enter the water sometimes. Alright, so this will be going on for a while, just so you know.
Yeah. I guess I'll just explain again, if you're like me and you woke up late. Swimming in this game is actually, like, spinning underwater is actually the same speed as using the shell. However, obviously using the shell, you don't have to work nearly as much to do it. And you don't go through your air nearly as fast.
Actually, I think in this game you do not lose air when you spin underwater, unlike Galaxy 1.
Oh, okay.
With Luigi, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's been a while since I used Luigi in this game.
Yeah, there is a good reason for.
Oh, yeah, you don't. I give the best commentary. Completely informed.
Yeah. So although swimming and taking the shell are about the same speed in this game, there are a couple reasons you might want to take the shell instead of swimming though. In the first level, we saw him take advantage of the fact that if you're using the shell when swimming, then when you get out of the water, you actually sort of shoot out of the water, and that's usually a second or so faster than just jumping out of the water without the
Yes.
There's also that.
That scenery, enjoy it. Yeah, there is another shell that's kind of off to the side you could go grab, but obviously that's pretty swag to hit that.
Yeah. And then I think in these sections, like, you don't get the speed boost if you don't have a shell. I'm not sure.
You get a much smaller speed boost.
It's smaller, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I ever went through that section without a shell.
Yeah, I only remember because Galaxy 1 has those same speed rings. And at some point I tried spinning through those speed rings and it doesn't give as much speed as when you have the shell. Okay, so right now we are going to World 3 for a couple of comets.
Yes. And basically the same stars earlier, you just get cosmic clones as well.
Yeah. It's still mostly a bunch of long jumps.
Yeah.
And again, it's going to be on a different cycle than the last time he ran through this because he's spawning in a different spot as well.
So, after Yoshi Fan's done with his 71-star run here, he'll be doing the perfect run, the 242nd star, the hardest level in the game. After that, we have a run of Paper Mario coming up, and for Paper Mario, we have a donation incentive of what to do with Wacka. Are we going to bump him so many times that we end up killing the poor guy, or let him live and only get how many bumps we need? Right now, winning at $2,732 is get greedy and whack him enough to get rid of him. Also have a bunch of character names coming up for Chrono Trigger, which is our last run. You can donate to name any of the characters and your time travel airship.
Was hand cam for 16 star met?
Hand cam for 16 star has been met. And of course you can also donate towards the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD, small little game you might not have heard of, for the file name for that.
Alright, so even though it says silver stars and double time here, it actually moves 4 times as fast.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, the cutscene doesn't show the full speed.
Yeah, the cutscene lies to you.
It totally does. This is a fun one. And for some reason they put Yoshi there. So.
We'll just let them Yoshi flutter, it's fine.
They're new.
Nope.
Oh! I got the checkpoint.
Nailed that checkpoint though, yeah.
For good reason.
Yeah, so that's one nice thing about Yoshi is that even though you skip a lot of the level, often you'll go close enough to a checkpoint flag that you can hit it with Yoshi's tongue. So obviously that saved him a good deal of time there, as opposed to just dying and restarting.
Yeah, so the route here makes use of the few purple blocks that are around the pyramid. Alright, so after this, we're getting 2 comets from World 4 and then 2 from World 6. And then we'll be off to Bowser.
And for everyone just waking up now, you're watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2014, hosted by SDA Speed Demos Archive, the site for high-quality speedrun videos, and SRL Speedruns Live, the site to race games against your friends at any skill level. We're nearing the end of the Super Mario Galaxy 2 run by Yoshi Fan right now. Next up is going to be Paper Mario by Anatomy Z.
So one little minor world map optimization you guys might have noticed there was whenever you select a world, one of the 6 worlds, you actually start at the beginning of the world. So it was actually faster for Yoshi Fan to go to the start of World 5 and then just backtrack to the start at the end of World 4. Oof.
Grab that clock to be safe. Basically, if I mess up at all, then I might want to get that clock. I'll be trying this again.
Got it again. Not that I think that looks easy, but it's harder than he makes it.
Yeah, it does take getting used to. Okay. Gravity's kind of weird here.
So yeah, as you can see, that trick saves a ton of time that he has to do that start twice.
Mm. Depending on how well you can do either route, it saves 20 to 25 seconds of it. Oh yeah, and that Gravity Gauntlet comet, I believe, is the comet with the highest medal requirement in this run. That's the reason we need 32 comet medals. There's also I think the beat block one requires 31, and this one right here requires 28. So those are some of the more demanding ones. Alright, so this is the reason we got the comet medal here, because this is a pretty short star.
In case anybody's worried, there's way more than 100 coins.
Yeah.
So this is probably at least one of the easiest stars in the run.
Yeah.
You can also take a larger cut across the water, but I usually don't do it unless I've gotten like all but about 3 of the coins up to the second last set of peppers.
Comet stars to go. Another case where it's basically the same star, but now he has a time limit.
The movement cycles of a couple of elements are also slightly different.
Okay, yeah.
But overall it's not much of a change. It's because these cutscenes are showing different elements of a level, and most of these things only move when they're on camera. So we can get past this guy. And we can go under his throne. So that's pretty much the only 2 differences. Depending on your strategy. I guess if you use that rotating plink at the part coming up, then I suppose that would also be different.
Yeah, again, 2 for 2.
Yep.
Nice. And this last star before he goes off to Bowser is, it can be pretty crazy looking, just with everything on screen. Learning good ways to combo these enemies can be pretty tricky to optimize, I would think.
Saving frames on the map.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Or
so
attempting to.
For each of the enemies in this level, he basically has 3 options for killing them. He can either jump on them, he can spin attack them, or he can shoot them with a star bit and then run into them, and Mario will automatically kick them. If it's hard to say which one is faster depending on the situation. Like at the start, he's got a really nice way of killing the first 3 enemies. But yeah, and you'll see for a lot of them he tries to hit them with star bits and kick them if possible. And that's just because when you spin, unless you're moving in the same direction immediately afterwards, there's a bit of a delay before you can turn and move on. But at the same time, hitting them with star bits beforehand adds an extra layer of execution that he has to hit. And as you can see, if he misses and tries to run straight into it, then it can cause a problem when he gets hit. And then right here, for some reason, they give you Yoshi at the end. And Yoshi can just sort of start eating them up one by one, or 2 at a time, or 3 at a time, I think I've seen every now and then.
Yeah.
So that saves some time at the end.
Yep. We're at 70 now, so we're off to Bowser next. Incidentally, the final Bowser level has some challenging tricks, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, in particular, it's got, I mean, despite a lot of the crazy Yoshi flutters you guys have seen so far in this run, this is probably the craziest looking, and it's definitely one of the hardest to execute. To note, Nemi, the current world record holder for this, his last 2 world records, both that were sent into SDA, he died on this final level, and it was his only death of the run. So he got like a 312, decided he wanted to redo it, and then again got all the way through and only died here at this Yoshi flutter. It's a great run. That's really the only huge mistake in the run.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if this is the absolute hardest flutter in the game, but it definitely is a possible choke point for a lot of runs. I'm not sure like between this one and the Yoshi Star one
Very first
flutter. I suppose it depends on how much you practice either one. Each one has several pitfalls to executing them.
Yeah, if I would have to say, it'd probably be this one because it means so much more. You're at the end of the run.
Sure. And especially when you're starting learning Galaxy 2, the one from Yoshi Star is not exactly crucial to getting a decent time. It skips one planet.
And this one saves a ton of time.
This one is basically required to learn.